me into two. And with all your magic, I disappear from view. And I can't get over, can't get over you. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't. No, I don't, it's true, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't want anybody else but you. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't. No, I don't, it's true, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't want anybody else but you. Call it magic, cut me into two. And with all your magic, I disappear from view. And I can't get over, can't get over you. Still I call it magic. You're such a precious jewel.
Check. Check. Hello. Please, can we get the seats? Oh, okay. Good.
Oh, checking in, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a special day, a special occasion where the official commissioning of Ọpọlọ Innovation Hubs is taking place. And we're glad to be here. I can see the generation of Nigerians who are set to be the leaders of tomorrow. But right from now, you are leaders because you're here. If you know that you are a leader, because you're here to learn, to pick one or two ideas for growth and development, can I hear you put your hands together for yourself? Because you're special. Thank you. And I like to do that for myself too. Of course, my name is Oyeshiku Adelu. I'm here with you. I'm not going to be here all alone. While we expect the arrival of the big ones in the society, the governor of the state of Osun, and some other dignitaries, may I inform you that the host, master of ceremonies, the host compere, the intercontinentally renowned media guru, is also going to be here with me to anchor this program. Together, we're going to take you through from this moment to the end of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, as I bring up stage the co-anchor, I'd like you to please put your hands together for Mr. Abiodun Olariwaju. Please, Mr. Olariwaju, please can you join me here? Ladies and gentlemen, when you are in the midst of students, you tend to reason along with them. The Obafemi Awolowo University is one of the leading citadels of learning, not only in Nigeria, not only on the continent of Africa, but throughout the world. This I can tell you. Of course, if you want to clap, clap, please. If you want to. I have my experience at the University of Ibadan, my first degree. And later in life, I later joined you people, you guys in the citadel of learning, this ivory tower. And what I picked away, I realized that OAU, Obafemi Awolowo University, is unique, where you have highly respected, cerebral, respectable, elegant, intellectually sound lecturers and non-lecturers. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you students, you will never regret ever being a student of this institution. Now, we move on. Of course, it's the official commissioning of Ọpọlọ Innovation Hubs, and the theme of this particular commissioning is innovation and entrepreneurship for national development through university communities. I like to say that these particular innovation, Ọpọlọ innovation, is supported powerfully by the Bank of Industry. Do we have the representatives of Bank of Industry on ground, please? Can we have them rise for recognition? Yes, we're still waiting for them. Yes, as I mentioned, of course, we're still awaiting the arrival of some of the dignitaries. Of course, every student here is a dignitary. Every student here is a VIP, because if you were not here, we cannot be here. If you were not here, there cannot be anything like the Ọpọlọ innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we're still awaiting the arrival of some of the people who have been invited here, but we are starting the program. Of course, we're not going to wait for any longer for some of the people being expected. I like to say that without innovation, no country, no individual, no tertiary institution, no corporate organization can move. No community can move. It is innovation that brought the unique architectural piece that Ife is today as the most beautiful campus on the continent of Africa. And because we have traveled far and wide, we have also visited many citadels of learning, we can confirm to you that Ife, as an institution, is a leader in the area of beauty, is a leader in the area of fidelity, is a leader in the area of impartation of knowledge, is a leader in virtually all aspects of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to OAU. And of course, this program, I must say, is on live streaming. Whatever we're doing here at this moment is being listened to, is being watched all over the world. And if you're in America, if you're in Asia, if you are on the continent of Africa, wherever you are in Australia, of course, you can link up with us here right on the campus of OAU. Just go on to bit.ly/34 capital M, capital E, small h, capital Y, 0. That's where to locate us. on the internet. Once again, for live streaming, and even if you're here, you can as well go on to your computer or your handset if you are using Android, and link up with us on bit.ly/34 capital M, capital E, small h, capital Y, 0. I can see that the members of protocol of Mr. Governor are here. Please let the in-house protocol also work along with them for effective tagging, because I understand that Mr. Governor will soon be here. And I want to say that the Vice Chancellor of this wonderful university is also monitoring what we're doing here, and any moment he will also join us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some of the brains behind the Ọpọlọ Global Innovation in the house. Of course, I have my brother here, my friend, Mr. Deji Ajani, is a sustainability manager, Ọpọlọ Global Innovation. Please, can we hit our palms together for him? Thank you very much. And of course, we have some other members in-house. All of them are here. And of course, I can see that we have some of our dons in the house here. And I'd like to leave that one to my brother, Abiodun Olariwaju. But for now, let me quickly call on Mr. Deji Ajani, the Sustainability Manager, Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, to also make some introductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, can we clap for Alhaji Oyeshiko? Thank you so much, Alhaji. Good morning again. My name is Deji Ajani. It's a good day. We tagged this day Ọpọlọ Day. Please, can we clap for Ọpọlọ too? Thank you. We in our midst today, we have the presence of honorable beings in the hearts. Everyone here are honored. So please, let's clap for ourselves, being an honorable person. So permit me to introduce the dignitaries here present. We have in our midst the chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, Dr. Segun Aina, OFR. Very soon, we'll be having the presence of Mr. Sunday Dare, who is the Minister of Youth and Sports. We are also expecting the presence of Professor Isa Ali Pantami, the Minister for Communications and Digital Economy. We are also expecting the presence of the Governor of the State of Osun, His Excellency, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola. We are also expecting the presence of the Deputy Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Benedict Halabi. In our midst, we also have the presence of the host university, that is Professor E.O. Ogunbodade. He has joined us virtual. In our midst, we have the presence of Mr. Patrick Akinwuton, MD Ecobank. Please, can we clap for him? He's here. In our midst, we have the presence of Mr. Nkem Ogbuaku, CEO, Shared Insights. In our midst, we have the presence of Prince Kayode Adeyemi, Chairman of Odua Sima. Thank you. We are also expecting the presence of the MD Bank of Industry. Please, can we clap for him? In our midst, we have the presence of Professor Sylvia Malomo and Professor Dupe Popola representing the Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin. Please can we clap for them? In our midst, we have the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Akewumi. Please can we clap for him? CEO, Financing Africa Partners. In our midst, we have the presence of Dr. Femi Oyenuga, the Chief Digital Officer of NGX. Please can we clap for him? In our midst, we have the presence of Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Jimoh Farinde. In our midst, we have the presence of Professor B.S. Ogoshino, the host of the Hub, HOD Agric Engineering. Do you want to go on, sir? Introduction, okay, thank you. In our midst, we have the presence of Shem Tubi. Please can we clap for him? In our midst, we have the presence of Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, ED Farah AU. Please can we clap for him? In our midst, we have the presence of Professor Francisco Murillo. Please can we clap for him? In our midst, we have the presence of Professor Oliveira from Federal University of Vicosa, Brazil. He is there with us. Thank you so much. While the event is going on, we'll keep introducing more guests. Please, can we clap for ourselves?
Yes, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to crave indulgence that within the next couple of minutes, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the State of Osun, will join us here. As a way of official introduction again, we have some of our professors, deans of faculties here, and we have the past deans of faculties here. I crave indulgence to please permit me to introduce them. But before then, we have here amidst us the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Isa Ali Pantani, ably represented by Dr. Femi Adeluyi. No, please, you can do much better. Yes, thank you very much. Of course, we have the Dean of the Student Affairs of our university here, Dr. Isiaka Aransi. Please stand for recognition. Now, next we have the Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Jimoh Farinde. May I, with due respect, introduce a former Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Professor Mrs. Kainde Taiwo. Or put differently, Professor Mrs. Taiwo Kainde. That is the only person that bears the name of twins. And of course, I have another enigma, former Dean of the Faculty of Tech. We call him Agbarakbo, Professor Shola Aderomo. Let me say that we shall be doing this introduction in phases. But before then, there is somebody I want us to know in person. Although he's been introduced, but if I continue, if I start to introduce him today, we will turn this place into a yet another inaugural lecture. He's in charge of one of the very prominent and vibrant banks we have in Nigeria. Is it going? decent and diligent, fair in complexion like our Vice Chancellor, a man so religious and tantalizingly handsome. I'm talking of a man the Lord has blessed mentally and in all areas. He's the Chief Executive of EcoBank, MD, Mr. Patrick Akinwuta. Please stand up. No, sir. Stand up. Face the students. Take a bow. You can sit down, sir. This is the first time I will encounter a chief executive of a bank that will be embarrassingly humble. If you ask him anything, the Lord will do it. And I can attest to the fact that he believes in God. Sir, God bless you. Thank you for being a good ambassador of our generation. Dr. Labo Kukola, Labo Adekoya is there. Sir, stand for recognition. Our security here is guaranteed. Let me tell you loud and clear. And that is why I have my namesake here, the area commander, a man that is immaculately dark in complexion. Is represented for the sake of this occasion, is the Honorable Commissioner for Police. Please stand for recognition. And of course, I have my brother, my friends from Elizabeth University. Where are you? Please stand for recognition. Put your hands together for them. We can do much better. Yes, just like we've been told that this introduction will be done in phases. We're expecting the representative of the Vice Chancellor. She's actually waiting to receive the Deputy Governor and be coming with the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports. But I don't know if Oyeshiku will do justice to introduction of a personality here. He likes to dress like some of us boys. He's one of the Old Testament, but he dresses, behaves, and is coordinating some of us that are New Testament. He's a man I find 1,000 times inspiring. He will just put his hand on his chin like this, looking at me directly. Oyeshiku, I don't know how you want to introduce this man. You know him.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we put our hands together for Abiodun Ariwaju? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special assignment saddled on me by my brother, my friend here. But before I do that, because the personality I'd like to introduce is a man, as a father, as a mentor, is a role model to the youth of Nigeria. Not only the youth of Osun State, not only the youth of Yoruba land, but the youth of all the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Can we put our hands together for this gentleman? We are talking of an enigmatic personality who started a long time ago. A man who was sitting when many of his mates were sleeping. A man who was standing when many of his mates were sitting down, and a man who rose to become an outstanding personality even when people have not stood up at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak of a great philanthropist. I speak of a man whose veins flows with the milk of human kindness. I speak of a man who is a good ambassador of Nigeria intercontinentally. I speak of a man who If you want to clap, clap. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak of a man whose personality is like that of an elephant, of an octopus. A man, if you have an elephant standing before you and you are blindfolded and you are asked without you having the knowledge of what this animal is, when you handle the leg, you will think it's the trunk of a tree. And when you are asked, what are you holding? You will say, this is the trunk of a tree. If you are sitting on the top of that particular animal and you are asked, what are you sitting on? You will say you are sitting on the top of a rock. If you happen to have the opportunity of touching the ears of that elephant, you will say, oh, I am actually touching the very, very big tree of a baobab tree. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man whose shade has provided shelter for many people right from time immemorial. We talk of a man that right from his days at the Ibadan City Academy, he was a boy, a student from a very, very humble family. From a very, very humble family, poor parentage. But I tell you, he grew up to be one of the leaders, not only in the banking industry, but in the whole of the field. Foundation. And if you remember, Shepherd Foundation happens to have taken its hands into so many things to assist the youth of this country. The man who was sponsoring unilaterally without support from anywhere, the popular program Your Future Plans on OSBC 104.5. And the man who happens to be the innovator of this particular project, the Ọpọlọ Global Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Dr. Olusegun Lawrence Ayo OFR? I'm sorry the MC like this, I say you right on the street, stretch the audience, take it out, people clapping. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for what you've done for many of us. Thank you for what you are doing and what you continue to do. Thank you. Now, a round of applause for my guy. That is something that inspires advanced professional partner. And that was why I said, a veteran broadcaster of international, big introduction. When he stood up, you can see that he just put on shirts and a pair of trousers. But some of us, we just put on suits. Oh my God. Thank you very much for being a role model. Yes, I would like to. They just call my attention to something, and I take full responsibility for that. It was and remains an innocent error of omission on my part. They say that I referred to a former dean of the Faculty of Technology, a former retired professor here at Doctor. Maybe I wanted to say something, but I decided to say something. Professor, we don't need to.
You know that, look, everybody knows that Muhammadu Buhari is the president and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. But as far as these programs are concerned, myself and my brother are commanders-in-chief. Prof. Santo. Thank you, wow. Sit down. Then, permit me to introduce, I've just been told that she's around now. Larry, thank you very much for letting me know about the presence of this enigma. Of course, our presence here is both cultural and intellectual. Born in the ancient city of Montaigne, in Osun State, she has no option than to be here in person.
What do you want, sir? How should we answer something? No, you're hanging already. Wait.
Shall we please?
Is this? No, not this one. Is this one? This one.
She's been the former head of department, former dean of the faculty, former deputy vice chancellor academic of this university, and by the grace of God, pro-chancellor and chairman of council of Federal University, Guzo. I think she's now, only in another university now, as also pro-chancellor and chairman of council. That's all for me to promote myself. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come forward here? Please bring her forward here.
If I'm disrupting a meeting there. This angel is over 70 years of age. And of course, all the way from International Institute of IR&T. We have the Vice Chancellor there. The Vice I've always said it, there is no law that says you should not clap for women. Put your hands together for them. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation. We'd like to welcome all the dons, eggheads, corporate personalities, students here. I observe that we've made a lot of introductions here. But Dr. Shegun Aino used to tell us something. Back in the years, Dr. Aino would say, Oyeshiku, that's me. All this younger generation of people, the youth, the boys and the girls, you dare not offend them. And I said, why? He said, God is great. You don't know where these young people are going in the future. Professor Bickersteth, when she was growing up in the city of Oton-Ayegbaju, highly urbanized city of Oton-Ayegbaju, did somebody laugh? You better don't laugh. I said Oton-Ayegbaju is one of the biggest cities in this country today. I tell you, look at Dr. Shegun Aino, GCON there. Yes, I tell you, when Professor Mrs. Bickersteth was growing up in Oton-Ayegbaju, nobody knew she was going to be this big. And today she's an international figure. And so because of this, because we don't know what God has in stock for the youth that are here today, I'd like to introduce all of you, especially ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome here today the students, the youth of OAU who are here today. Can I see you rise up and put your hands together for one another? Rise up and do that. Wonderful people, fantastic people. God bless you. God bless you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have here, and his presence means the national presence of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. His presence also connotes the importance attached to this program today. His presence also symbolizes that is a man that has the interests and the welfare of the youth of this country at heart. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst here, all the way from Abuja, the seat of power, seated here in His Majesty, the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport, Honorable Sunday Dare. Thank you very much. That applause is for the MC here. Let me see that of the minister. On this note, may I please give indulgence of all of us here to please stand for the national anthem. Okay, please, we'll sing the national anthem. Let's go. Rise up, compatriots, Nigeria's call of it, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve without time, one nation bound in freedom, peace. The national prayer, O God of creation. Let's go. O God of creation, direct and noble God, behind our leaders rise, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall. With due respect to the Honorable Minister, we keep standing as we sing Great Ife anthem. With due respect, sir. La 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 la. Let's go. All right. Great Ife, Africa's most beautiful car. We are conscious, vigilant, progressive, alert against all oppression. Forward never, but backward never, forward need and culture, sports and struggle, great affair. Right. Great affair. Great affair. We may be seated, please. For the sake of this gathering, any other dignitary here or all dignitaries here are products of Great Affair. The Honorable Minister is a product of Great Affair. Anybody that is good is our product. Akinwota is the product of Ife. The Honorable Representative of the Minister of Digital Communication is also a product of Ife. Even the Commissioner of Police, the area commander is from Ife. So what are we talking about? If A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then C is equal to A. Magandi. Thank you very much. Great Ife. Of the greatest 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 of the greatest. Ladies and gentlemen, I also passed through Ife. And I want to put it to you. My first experience in the university was at the University of Ibadan, the premier university. And let me share one secret with you. Did I hear somebody say, oh? At the University of Ibadan, we used to think that any other university is a baby university. And that was the impression I had until I came here. And my takeaway from Ife is that OAU is the best university in Nigeria. Best after the University of Ibadan. Sorry. The greatest. You are the greatest of the greatest. And because you are here today, look at the figures that are here today to honor you. You have the captains of the banking industry. You have the ebullient, the handsome, the youthful, the elegant, the wonderful, ever smiley. Sunday Dare is here. One of Nigeria's promising progressives. I know you have a dream in your heart. By the special grace of God, should I say amen? It is well with you. The last time I met him was in Lagos. It's always about, and it's always good to have a youthful person at the helm of affairs. The last time I met him was when I went to anchor a program in Lagos, precisely at Yaba at a book launch for Chief Bisi Akode. You were there that day. May you continue to grow from strength to strength. Ladies and gentlemen, the representative of the MD, CEO of BOI, the Bank of Industry, Mr. Kayode Piton, is here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the wonderful things that the Bank of Industry has been doing. If we continue to sustain that industry, that particular bank, you know what it can do for the youth of this country. All of you are innovators. And that is because you are here. All of you have ideas, and that is why you are here. And the fathers here are saying, enough of Yahoo Yahoo, enough of Yahoo Plus, enough of good kidnapping, enough of killing, enough of cultism. This is the main reason why you have these leaders in the country who are here today to join you to say no to all these anti-social activities. What do I mean? The Bank of Industry is there to give wings to your dream. Can we put hands together for the Bank of Industry? And of course, Executive Director Management Service, BOI, is here today to represent the MD CEO. Ladies and gentlemen,
with a resounding, thunderous round of applause. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Jonathan Tobin? That is one thing with successful people. You rose up, just did something like this, and sat down. We're talking of a big man here. And that round of applause too. I think that is for me, not for the Bank of Industry and represent. Can we please rise up once again, sir, and take a bow? These are the leaders of tomorrow, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on. Before we have some other people to introduce, now I'm going to be calling on Mr. Deji Ajani to please step up stage and introduce the next participants on this program quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please let's clap for the MC. Okay, as an innovation enabler, incubator, accelerator, we have designed a couple of programs, and even before the hub is live, we have partnership with high net worth individuals that are actually key into what we do at Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, and adopted our Ọpọlọ Innovation Centers. And these Ọpọlọ Innovation Centers are actually structured to empower rural talent. And our midst today, we have the presence of some of our cohorts from one of our innovation centers, Ọpọlọ Innovation Centers, that is actually sponsored by Ife Tedo Progressive Union. We have your representative here. You are highly welcome to this midst. Can we have the cohorts from Ife Tedo? Can you please rise up for recognition? These individuals actually, please. We have about 35 individuals that have gone through the Digital Skills Incubation Program from Ife Tedo. And the Digital Skills Incubation Program is actually structured to bring young talents from the rural areas to become digital entrepreneurs, right? And these individuals that you are seeing right now, they have started taking up web development jobs in Ife Tedo. We have some of them here. Because time will not permit us, I would have liked to bring 2 or 3 of them out here. But then, please, can we clap for them again? Please, you may sit. Aside from that, we all have also gone through, we have some of the students that have also gone through our science, technology, engineering, and mathematics program. Femi Ajayi, can I have some of them? Okay. While we wait for Femi Ajayi, I will hand over the microphone to Alajo Yeshiku to continue with the program. Thank you.
Your honors, your worship, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, vibrant Nigerian youth, we will move on straight to the next item on the program today, where we have ideas and products showcase, research works with prototypes ready for commercialization. And again, I'm going to be calling on Mr. Deji Ajani, the Sustainability Manager of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, to be quickly followed by Mr. Akin Makinwa, Director Ọpọlọ Global Innovation. I also like to say that we're expecting presence of His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State. I can see that we have members of his advanced party here. I can see my brothers from the government house. I can see members of the protocol. I can see the media from the government house, meaning that Mr. Governor will be here any moment from now. Quickly, Mr. Deji Ajani, can we please have you present this item of the program?
Okay, thank you so much. Akima, can you please join me? As incubation and acceleration firm, we have actually, okay, thank you, Akin. Please, okay.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, good, so go on.
Hello.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Deji. Thank you, Deji. So we are entering into the key areas of the program today. And maybe I should introduce myself again. My name is Akin Makinwa, the director at Ọpọlọ Global. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Thank you. So without further ado, I would like to call on the startups that will be doing a presentation today. We have two of them. So 1 minute, please. Okay, so the first startup, they are into artificial intelligence. They are leveraging artificial intelligence and data science analytics to drive their solution. And I would like to call on Over AI. That will be Daramola Oluwafemi and Paul Okeomi. Are you guys there? Okay, they're coming. They're walking straight down now. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap for them. Let's encourage them. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olutomilaya Amazing Grace, and I'll be representing Over.ai. Over.ai is our product. Will be solving the problems in the agricultural space. We are a team that will be utilizing artificial intelligence. We'll be using data analytics. We'll be using drone technology to solve these problems. As my teammate tries to put the slide up, I'll be giving a summary of what we've done and what we're planning to do. So Over.ai, we saw the problem of the fact that there has been issues of food wastage and the lack of food distribution, and the base problem. Okay. Now, the root of this problem is the fact that these crops, most of these crops actually waste on the farms. Most of these crops don't actually do well from the farms, so they cannot be distributed into the community. It's not communal. So what are these problems? Basically, the problems that we've seen are improper and inefficient plant monitoring, wrong profiling of crops, which lead to poor growth. Farmers lack access to state-of-the-art technologies to help improve their farm output. So imagine a farmer that has like 2 football field size of a farm, and then to inspect his farm, he has to like continue walking through, just be expecting this farm. That is not very, that's not very efficient. So Over.ai tries to solve that problem. So we also found the problem of there's a large margin, there's a low margin between the input cost and the profit. So the farmer will expend energy, expend cost, expend all of these things, and the amount is getting is just little. So imagine a farmer that puts in 20,000 naira into his farm, and at the end of a long planting season, he only gets 40,000 naira. What about is the cost of his energy, cost of all those things he has put in? So there is extensive management and little profit. Modern technology enhances agricultural productivity, but this technology suffers slow implementation in this part of the world. Nigeria alone loses about 2.7 trillion naira annually in the post-harvest losses, and hence the need for the inclusion of these technologies. So our solution, like I said, is based on AI, data analytics, and drone technology. So we are building AI systems that help in detecting plant diseases, pests, poor nutrition, in order to help improve the overall harvest. And then the drone technology, of course, we won't be doing all this, we won't be walking through football fields or farms. We are using the drone technology to help us with autonomous systems to help us move around, navigate around these fields, and we can easily get the data that we need for our AI system. So far, we've been able to perform a manned drone flight across a beans farm to collect data. We've also done object tracking to help tag the crops. So basically, when the drone is going over these crops, we don't want a particular crop to appear twice in our database. So the object tracking helps us tag these crops and count them and say, okay, this is the amount of crops and this is the ID of each crop on this farm. We also perform object detection on the data we've collected, so it can be able to say, okay, this is a beans plant, this is a cowpea, this is a maize plant. So we have a demo video to show. Probably if once the data gets up, we'll show it. So I'll move on to the next slide. So far, before we started our idea, we thought, okay, what can we to test our idea? So we got a little DJI Tello drone. Is a little drone that we acquired from Amazon. So we used that drone to test our idea. So we ran the drone, went to the teaching and research farm in OAU, and we used it to collect our data. We used it to prepare our AI model. And we saw that, okay, this idea could work, but the DJI Tello drone has a lot of limitations. It is quite small. So we had issues when we were running our analysis, when we were flying the drone through the farm. We had issues of wind, velocity, and those kind of things. So there are cases when we are flying the drone and then wind will just blow our drone away. Or there are cases where the drone will just fall. And then we had issues of the camera, the placement of the drone. So the camera was kind of at this point, and we needed a top-down view of the field. So that was not enough for us. So we built our prototype. We have this working. I wish we could test it, but this is a very enclosed environment. Our drone just goes up and down. It's very fast anyway. So we're able to beat the performance of the DJI Tello drone. It works. Okay. So it beats the performance of the DJI Tello drone. It stays longer in the air. The DJI Tello drone stays about 25 minutes in the air before it needs a battery change. Ours stays above an hour in the air. And then we can modify the camera of this easily. We are currently still working on improvements anyway on this drone. Okay, so I think if we can show our demo video. Yeah, so this is the object tracking. It goes through the beans plot, tags the field, and sends it to our database. This is now the detection part. So the drone has a slow mode and a fast mode. So this is the slow mode of the drone. Takes the tracking of the plants and saved it to a database. So this is this drone. You can see how it flies, and we can easily change the camera. We can tamper with the camera to give us a top-down view easily where we can. All our research and testing was carried out at the OAU Obafemi Awolowo Teaching and Research Farm. This farm has about 140 million square meters in area, so it gives us enough data. It gives us enough access to data that we would need to. No, easier. Okay, so this gives us enough room for testing, deployment, and testing. So what do we need for our project? We've done the cost, we've done the analysis. We need things like imaging systems, drone parts and equipment, cloud and compute resources, app development, hardware gear, software solutions, advertising and publicity to be able to put ourselves out there. Our revenue over the AI will run in two different models, so a subscription and a consultation model. So farmers can say that, okay, we want you to handle our planting season, the whole planting season, or you can just consult us for a few period of time. So those are two different models that will be running. The total addressable market is about 201 million farmers in just West Africa alone. So I believe we can access about 30% of that market size. Our potential competitors, Zenforce, SMart, and all of these guys. But what our platforms will do is that we solve the limitations of scalability. Our system will be autonomous. We give the state-of-the-art AI, artificial intelligence models. We also have a vast amount a vast amount of access to data. Our future goals is to help farmers maximize every green potential of their farms and also create an ASO-free situation for their farming. We also look to get an automated crop system, automated crop spraying system. Okay, so I'm told to wrap up. I guess basically we need this to work because we have a lot of farms in Nigeria. We have a lot, agri space has been kind of neglected, and we are pushing to make this a great space again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. So before you guys walk away, firstly, I would just like to say fantastic work, guys. And this is one of the reasons why Ọpọlọ Global Innovation is setting up in tertiary institutions, is how we can work with great guys like this with innovative minds to solve the basic needs, problems that we have in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, Africa, and globally. And that is why we're Ọpọlọ Global. Fantastic work, guys. And they're also part of the incubation and acceleration program in the area of agri-tech, how they are leveraging new technologies to solve these agricultural problems in Nigeria. And these are some of the things we'll be working with them in terms of technology support, scaling through funding, mentorship, and the likes. So thank you so much, guys. But wait, did you guys build this from the scratch? Fantastic. So I guess we should be doing some ordering from Amazon or all right. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Okay, so yes, well, true. Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please, for these leaders of tomorrow, who are the immediate leaders of tomorrow, can we put our hands together for both of them, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. You can see what the Nigerian youth can do. You can see the energy, both mental and physical, inbuilt in the average Nigerian youth. Nigeria can be the next destination for excellence if we have support for this youth. And who are going to give this support? They are here already. The BOI is here. EcoBank is here. Everyone is here. Ladies and gentlemen, for the support groups, can we put hands together for them, please? I would like to thank Mr. Innovator, Dr. Shegun OFR, for coming up with this idea. Now we move on to the panel session straight away. Let me say that the Executive Secretary, TET Fund, Professor Sulaiman Elias Bagoro, is going to do his presentation, but it's going to be online. What we suggest is that the members of the panel will be here to see what the presentation is all about, and after which we will move them off stage for the discussion. For the panel session 1, we have as a theme, reimagining research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for national development, the quad helix approach. And the presentation, as I mentioned, is going to be done by Professor Sulaiman Elias Bagoro, Executive Secretary, TET Fund, online. The moderator of this particular session is Dr. Olufemi Oyenuga, Chief Digital Officer, NGX, and member, Ọpọlọ Advisory Board. Can we put something together for him, please? Thank you, sir. We advise that you're there to watch the video before we move you up here, sir. The panelists include Professor G.A. Aderomu, Director, Africa Center of Excellence, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Please, can we have you rise up for recognition, please? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And also, as part of the panel, we have Mrs. Tolulope Omoleye Oshidero, who's going to be joining us online. She's ready, waiting for us at the other end. She's the head, Legal and Compliance, Branch International. Now we have, of course, the man who has been so much described. If she was a woman, we would say she's excellently beautiful. But because he's a man, we will say he's excellently handsome. Mr. Patrick Akinwoton, MD EcoBank. Can we put hands together for him, please?
And also we have Dr. Adirunke Lawal, Tech Community Lead, OAU. Dr. Lawal, please, can we have you rise for, okay? Okay, you'd like to be there with Dr. Shegun Aino, please. You'd like to be there with him, no problem. We have a member of the panel too. Then we have Mr. Nkem Ogbuaku, CEO, Shared Insights Limited, and member Ọpọlọ Advisory Board. Mr. Nkem Ogbuaku, please can we have your rise up for recognition? Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now for the presentation. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellors of the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, and the Vice Chancellor, of course, of the Osun State University, Osogbo, the Chairman, FinTech Africa, Dr. Shegun Aino, members of the management of the two universities involved. I cannot miss out the Bank of Industries that is a funder and supporter, so to say, of this program, supporting Ọpọlọ Osun Innovents 2022 that I am pleased to associate myself with. I say good morning to all of you. I send you greetings and convey it on behalf of management staff of TETFund as well as the Board of Trustees, and at the higher level, the Honorable Minister of Education of Nigeria, Mala Adamu, and ultimately President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has given us the privilege to do what we've been doing that makes us relevant partners to the purpose of this meeting in Osogbo and Ife for Tuesday, Monday, 21st of February, and Tuesday, 22nd of February in Osogbo and Ife, respectively. And I want to acknowledge and recast the theme of the two-day meeting, being innovation and entrepreneurship for national development through university communities. I want to say the underpinning motivation behind my accepting to present this brief keynote address is because of its relevance for our nation, for Africa, and for the world. Talking about innovation. I'm not a Yoruba man, but I have been schooled about the meaning of Ọpọlọ. If I pronounce it badly, I know you give me a waiver. I understand Ọpọlọ means brain. And if we are talking about innovation, it is about the brain doing something exceptionally different from the routine and the boring that have not yielded results. Ọpọlọ Osun Innovents 2022 seeks to do that. And let me sincerely communicate with deep appreciation to my brother and a privileged friend that I am too, Dr. Shegun Aino, FinTech Africa Chairman, a man that is a colossus investor, innovator himself, and a business guru, a banking guru, and a development guru by any definition. Dr. Segun Aina has been involved in so many things, and behind him is a trail of successes. He's a man that has a Midas touch from his profile that I am privileged to know. He happens to be my chairman at the University of Ibadan Research Foundation think tank. And when we were inaugurated in 2018, I came across this man. I got to know him closer, and he told me he wanted to know more about me. After that, we have never looked back. We have mutual respect for each other, especially as we have common thoughts around the theme of the two-day meeting. Talking about the role of universities, the role of innovation in the context of relevant, or what I call problem-solving research for our country. There's no doubt about it that contemporary economies globally is described as knowledge economy. It is that aspect of knowledge that has shaped the most competitive economies. The weakest economies are those that are led by substances that are more around speculation and additions rather than deep thought through scientific, innovative methodologies, creative ways of doing things differently. And for the universities, and you know that for me at TETFON, I have the mandate to support universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. Public ones though, but in the context of research, we have broken the barrier between public and private universities. As I talk to you, many private universities, polytechnics have already won TETFON research grants of the National Research Fund, NRF, with a grant ceiling of up to 50 million naira. And we are not looking back. In fact, if anything, for 8 years, the TETFON NRF grant had a seed money of 4 billion, running up to the year 2019, for 8 years. I thought that was grossly inadequate. That amounted to 500 million naira annually. I thought that was too little to be impactful. Granted, the size and expectations for more profound research to address all issues, to make our economy more competitive, to change and make our technology more relevant, and to even effect more innovative style of governance and administration for our country. It is research that is able to make the difference. And for research to be relevant and applicable, it has to be innovative. It requires the most profound, deep thoughts and brain work. And the word Ọpọlọ summarizes it. I want to say this, that after my meeting with Dr. Segun Aina at the University of Ibadan Research Foundation, we were tasked to do a number of things, and we are happy we've been able to do a number of things. And definitely some of those things that we've been doing, encouraging them. I still remember 3 years ago, I went to deliver a lecture to early career researchers at the University of Ibadan. And I shared my knowledge about what we're doing at TETFON with the universities and the polytechnics in particular, of course, as well as the colleges of education, that we need to do differently. And it coincided with a time, the very year that I made a case to the Board of Trustees of TETFON to approve that, yes, we have supported through TED Fund scholarship graduate scholars at master's and PhD level. We produced so many that at about the year 2012, 2013, only 40% of lecturers in our universities had PhDs. We thought it needed to increase that. By the year 2015, courtesy of TED Fund support, particularly for PhDs, the percentage rose to 60. As I'm talking today, the percentage of lecturers in our universities had PhDs. We thought it needed to increase that. By the year 2015, courtesy of TED Fund support, particularly for PhDs, the percentage rose to 60. As I'm talking today, the percentage is anything between 75 to 100%. There has been phenomenal improvement in the increase of PhD holders as faculty members in our universities. And it's virtually the same with the polytechnics and the colleges of education. I love to recall when some polytechnic told me, when I visited them 2 years ago, to say, sir, at the beginning of TED Fund intervention for support for PhD scholars, we had only 3 PhD holders in this polytechnic. Today we have 73. Tell me that that is not positive progression. But beyond that, we are not just talking about the numbers. We are talking about the impact. It is for this reason when Dr. Shegun Aina invited me and told me this 2-day event will hold at the Osun State University, Osogbo, on Monday the 21st of February, and the next day at the OAU, Obafemi Awolowo University. And these are 2 universities that I have a relationship with. As I talk now, we have only recently provided some special funding. The high impact for the Southwest Zone went to Osun State University. The Obafemi Awolowo University got some special funding support, including the security challenge of closing the open flanks in the perimeter of OAU University. We are happy to provide 1 billion naira last year, and we have provided 500 million for specific interventions relevant to support and promote research, innovative research. For me at TED Fund, anything to do with innovation, research and development, it strikes the very soft chord in me. I'm very happy, therefore, to join you at this 2-day meeting in these 2 great universities in Osun State, a state that has very great and proud records of intellectual enterprise, but more importantly, innovative and problem-solving research. It is for this reason I accepted to come and inform you that TED Fund, we are happy to engage you, but more importantly, we look forward to the outcome of this 2-day meeting that will further enhance and expand the areas of partnership between TED Fund and these 2 universities, and the areas of partnership with the Bank of Industry that is supported this 2-day meeting, and of course, FinTech Africa and others that are interested. other non-state actors. Of course, the thousands and millions of our youths in Osun State and overall Nigeria. For us at TEDFund, we are proud to reel out some of our achievements in the context of the outcomes of research that are begging for uptake by industry. We are proud to appreciate from TEDFund that the Bank of Industry, by its supporting this program, has demonstrated they are interested in helping government to reduce the challenge of unemployment and idleness of our youth, even when they have been trained with certificates from the universities, polytechnics, etc., that are relevant. Problems through entrepreneurship. That is what a knowledge economy requires. We look forward to the outcome of this two-day meeting that will further enhance and expand the areas of partnership between TEDFund and these two universities, and the areas of partnership with the Bank of Industry that is supported this two-day meeting, and of course FinTech Africa and others that are interested, other non-state actors. Of course, the thousands and millions of our youths in Osun State and overall Nigeria. For us at TEDFund, we are proud to reel out some of our achievements in the context of the outcomes of research that are begging for uptake by industry. We are proud to appreciate from TEDFund that the Bank of Industry, by its supporting this program, has demonstrated they are interested in helping government to reduce the challenge of unemployment and idleness of our youth, even when they have been trained with certificates from the universities, polytechnics, etc., that are relevant. They only need to be encouraged to apply the knowledge of the qualifications they have to solve problems through entrepreneurship. That is what a knowledge economy requires. It requires the partnership between the universities that are traditionally leaders of research with the industry. And in this occasion, the Bank of Industry represents that. And FinTech, of course. And government. And like we always said, at the most local level, at the state level, at the national level, we require government policies and laws to enforce and strengthen our vision and our quest to ensure that the Nigerian university professor and lecturer, the faculty member, is not just undertaking research for promotion or for publications or enhancement of, well, change of title. Yes, that you have a PhD, you are now called a doctor. That you become a professor, it almost becomes like a chieftaincy title. And if you are not referred to with that title, you are in bad mood for the rest of the day. We want to see the professorial title translate to professorial innovation that will change our country. That is the message for the two-day meeting. And for us at TEDFund, like I said, we have gone beyond just the NRF. We have just commissioned, and we are supporting with up to 1.5 billion naira mega research grants in the areas of medicine, specifically vaccine production, drug production, phyto drugs in particular, dairy industry, and the defense sector. R&D outcomes from the defense sector in the context of deterrent technology in warfare, or kinetic and non-kinetic technologies relevant for security of our nation within our borders and beyond our borders. We are ready and determined to do this. And I can tell you, we know that this challenges the brilliant youths amongst us that are entrepreneurial to do things that are extraordinary. That is the focus of this two-day meeting. And as the theme of the two-day meeting suggests, we have been able to get results from even the NRF funding of research grants. And I'm proud to say this. A number of our research activities supported by TED Fund in our universities have gone to level of recognition by World Health Organization, and a number of them are going for experimentation with at experimental animal level for certification of the potency and effectiveness of those innovative outcomes. Similarly, only recently, we had the Federal Polytechnic Nekede Owerri reeling out an electric vehicle. Now, these are the type of innovative outcomes from our tertiary institutions that we want to encourage. For entrepreneurship, we're excited that the industry is joining. The organizers, the vice chancellors of the two institutions, my brother, Dr. Shagun Aina, the Bank of Industry, MD, management, and staff, and all of you that have come to support this two-day program. You can consider it that TED Fund is your partner. And we're available to support and stand with you, precisely why the TED Fund NRF grant was increased after I made a request from the 500 annual to 5 billion from the year 2019, 7.5 billion naira the following year 2020, and 8.5 billion last year. We are hoping to raise it higher. With this, we believe, and as we encourage relevant outcomes for the purpose of strengthening our economy to make it more competitive, I will tell you that we are engaging partners, the industry in particular, to uptake the outcome of this research that are relevant for our economy. And through that, we will be helping our youth to be relevant, be productive, and therefore helping our economy to have be more relevant, especially to help reduce unemployment in our country, which is a major objective of entrepreneurship from our youth. I thank you for the opportunity. God bless you. I wish you a wonderful two-day meeting. God bless the good people, government of Osun State and Nigeria. Thank you very much.
very much. To serve as panelists, I have the pleasure to welcome upstage Professor G.A. Aderomu, Director, Africa Center of Excellence, OAU Ile-Ife. We have a very youthful looking, mentally alert, agile professor at OAU here. Thank you very much, sir. And now we like to also inform this gathering that Mrs. Tolulope Omoleye Oshidero, Head Legal and Compliance, Branch International, will join us online shortly. Mr. Patrick Akinwuton, MD EcoBank, should please move up stage. Can we put hands together for the MD, please? Thank you very much, sir, as you do so. Dr. Aderunke Lawal, Tech Community Lead, OAU, Ife. I think she's the oldest of the panelists here. Thank you very much. And Mr. Nkem Ogbuaku, CEO, Shared Insights Limited, member, Ọpọlọ Advisory Board. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning, everyone. I can see the energy in the room. Okay, thank you. I'm particularly excited to be moderating this session because I'm back home. I graduated from Ife, and and the Vice Chancellor used to be my lecturer, so I was in the Faculty of Earth Sciences. Innovation is quite important as well because I've transformed from being a doctor to an IT person. So you can see it. And when we look at the topic of discussion of this panel, is that synergy between university, active research, and bankable commercialized products that needs to come out to help solve a problem. I was having tea with Mr. Patrick, and I said, Mr. Patrick, what are we solving for? 200 million population, 75 million segments of millennials, 36 states, and a looming election in 2023. What are we solving for? A country that has so much potentials, a country that has so much to offer. And I honestly enjoy the executive secretary of TEP Fund because it makes this discussion very easy. Professorial title, they are not chieftaincy title. He said it. They're actually titled to elevate the chasm of products and services. What are we solving for? If the noise around Yahoo Yahoo is the decibel that we hear around, we also have millions of techpreneurs, startup, SMEs in the country today. In fact, Nigeria was declared as a fintech hub of Africa last week. So that's something we're solving for. So I will hand over to you, Nkem. What is your perspective of a topic and how do you take this further? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Efo. And I'm actually proud and glad to be here today and all protocols observed. Doc, to answer your question directly, we are solving for that attitude of not wanting to be speculative. Professor Elias Bogoro mentioned, he said, whenever we approach anything at the level of speculation, there is a suboptimal output. And that is why some of us believe that Nigeria is at the cusp of a gilded age of economic expansion. Indeed, that is the belief of Ọpọlọ. And the reason why we recognize that is that a lot of things have been going on, and those things, some of the ways to correct them needs to go through the process of research, engaging the industry, of course, getting the civil society to really expand it. At the end of the day, you find that the society benefits. What are we trying to say here? If you want to be an engineer, you go to an engineering school. If you want to be a chemist, you must do some level of chemistry. Even if you want to do baking, you go to a school of confectionery. But you want to be an entrepreneur, for example, you just chance upon it and you expect to succeed. No, we have to be methodical about it. One of the things that Ọpọlọ is trying to do as much as possible is engage universities across Africa, such that we're able to identify all those competencies that are required to make a successful entrepreneur. A successful entrepreneur that will help us drive this expected gilded age. And it's going to come. It's not going to come by way of feast and starts. It's going to come by way of being methodical about it. So that is what we are solving for, trying to be articulate, methodical, and not being speculative. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much. So when you hear the echoes of the anthem of Great Ife, Africa's most beautiful campus, great, great, great. What are we great in 2021, 2022? The paradigms is shifting. The paradigms are shifting. Even when we have a PhD, if a PhD cannot create a bankable product set for value-adding, solution-solving ethos or credibility, if the PhD or even your MSc cannot unite regulators component and fund, if you cannot talk to the people in Osun State, and I think great effort for Osun State to be leading this, to even have an innovation hub, and I think we should give ourselves a round of applause for that anyway. But yeah, and so, Mr. Patrick, how do we create this paradigm shift? So it's good to have BSc, MSc, PhD, professor, and archdeaconry. That doesn't solve the problem. We know. What are your perspectives on this, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. All protocols duly observed. I know we have very short time. What are we trying to create? So there's a mismatch between the economy and the people in the economy today. We have a knowledge-based generation today in Nigeria. If you doubt it as a parent, try to teach your child something. The girl or the boy has Googled the answer before asking you. So we have a knowledge-based generation. The challenge we have is that the country is not yet clear about developing a knowledge-based economy. So we're still dilly-dallying between, are we an agrarian economy? Are we trying to catch the industrial economy? But my position and my experience in EcoBank is our best shot is a knowledge-based economy. And how does that come to reality? So there's a lot of difference between invention and innovation. Okay, so invention is trying to do something new that nobody has done before. And with every respect, universities are front runners in invention. But when it comes to innovation, which is leveraging whatever invention or existing structure to solving a problem that is commercially scalable, that's the challenge before us. But then I'm pleased to be here today with Ọpọlọ because it seeks to redefine where the vision is derived from. It says, let's use our intellectual capabilities to be truly world-class. When one of the moderators was speaking and referred to, we'll be doing Amazon.com. what ran through my mind is we should be doing Ọpọlọ.com when we are trying to get access to value and services. That's one mindset shift. We have to change from understanding that we have the best brains, not only on our continent, but in the world here in Nigeria. We have to change that mindset. Second, we need to define the problem. It's not enough to say we can produce a machine that can tap palm wine easily. Tapping it easily is not the commercial viability. It's the fact that at various tables across the country, people are drinking imported wine. But what's the challenge? You are sure of where to get the wine. You are sure of the price. You are sure of the taste or the quality. You are sure of how long you can expose that bottle of wine. But we are the people drinking the wine. So what are we doing? We're developing other economies. We also have palm wine in Nigeria. When I come to Ife, when I come to Great Ife, I know the best palm wine is here, for example. But the challenge commercially is, if I want to host my friend somewhere in Lekki, how do I guarantee that glass of palm wine will be served easily? If we solve that, so the first thing is defining the problem. The second is it commercially scalable? And when I say commercially scalable is, will somebody pay? So somebody mentioned this morning, I want to use the examples here today. When the innovation on the drones was being presented, the reference was made to agricultural produce perishing. So we produce a lot and a lot perishes, but a thought came to me. If today you are in a market in Osogbo, or you're in a market in Ife here, or a market in Ikire or in Otan-Yegbaju, if you need fresh tomatoes, you have no way of knowing whether the person just 3 houses away from you has fresh tomatoes that is available to perish. You have no way of knowing that today. And so you will get on an Okada or whatever, you go to the popular market. You get to the market, you will not find, you need to walk around and all that. Perhaps, can we leverage Google Map to something like Google Tomato or Google, what item is really available in Osun State, produced massively? How do we digitize that, bring it available to anybody straight from the mobile phone, and you can easily pay anyway? We know financial technology is ahead. The last point I have is, let's not underestimate. 2016, a group of young boys looked at what we already do, payments, and said, how do we make this easier across Africa? And they didn't have to build factories. They didn't have to build the rails. They studied the ecosystem. They focused on leveraging technology, the same available technology. The company is called Flutterwave. We work with them at EcoBank, so I know that story. In 2016, they were trying to convince other participants whether this will work. Last month, this company is valued at $3 billion US. What we're doing today and what EcoBank is willing to support is that journey of creating 100 unicorns out of Osun State this decade. It is possible. A unicorn is a company valued at $1 billion and above. Nigeria created the highest number of unicorns in Africa in the last 2 years. And so here we are, the journey begins. All I'll ask is, let's be very focused on what are we trying to solve for. It doesn't have to be too many things. Whatever we have abundance of, but we also have scarcity for, how do we use technology to bring the two together in a commercially viable partner? Any of such projects, you can count on EcoBank to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So we're getting somewhere with the solution set. We know what we're trying to solve for, but the storyline will not be complete if I don't hear from Dr. Lawal. And I'm not really gender imbalanced anyway. I was just saving the best for last. I still know we have Tolu also online. But Dr. Lawal, in your view, if you have a millennial segment that this country is churning, from a community tech development, how do you think the synergy between research, investment, and commercialization of products and services is not just nice to have, will help move the needle to the next direction?
Thank you so much. I stand on the existing protocol, first of all, and I would like to express my profound gratitude to be able to sit amidst the esteemed panelists here and lend my voice to the topic at hand. I will start with the keynote address by Professor Bogoro, where he emphasized the need for us to get to the end point of a better developed society, a better economy. And I think that is what we are solving for. And to get there, one of the key things that I personally feel that we need to do as an early academic researcher is the mindset of seeing the way that innovation, research, and entrepreneurship, seeing how they all tie together. And all key orders have to, see this for it to work. I'm a researcher and a lecturer, so I talk from the perspective where every session we have researches, we do research. When a final year students want to graduate, they have to do a final year project. And at the beginning of the process, we say, okay, so let's look for ideas and let's look at the ideas that we can do research on. And I think the question now is that lecturers and researchers have to start to change the mindset. And I like how Ọpọlọ comes into this, because I see Ọpọlọ is a brain and the brain works with patterns. The brain just automatically functions, and we have to now start to reimagine. When we talk about reimagination now, it means we have to rewire the brain. We have to rewire our existing method. We have to start to look at our daily activities as a means to what we are solving for. For instance, when we sit down with our students, we have to start to tell them that they are here to solve for a more improved nation. They are here to embark on projects that have value, that's going to add value to them as individuals, add value. And when anybody had value, we know that there's wealth, we would not have to deal with unemployment, and that person in the society will be useful and to the community and to their families and to the whole system at large. So in summary, I would say that to reimagine the topic at hand would mean for us to change our mindset, have a mindset shift towards all our key activities, our daily thinking. We have to start to think that we are doing this to move our economy forward, to invent, to innovate, and we are supposed to work with other key orders, because like Professor Bogoro said, the funding is there. Every time I hear Dr. Segun Aino talk, chairman of Ọpọlọ Global, he's always saying that there is money, there's funding available. And what we just need is to bring out the ideas and use this funding in the most beneficial way that would benefit ourselves, that would benefit the universities, that would benefit the industry, and that would benefit the nation at large. Thank you so much.
So very much. So the funding is there. We know what we're trying to solve for. We have a passionate and teeming generation of stars for the future. So if the funding side of this moderation has been identified, what about the legal and the compliance and the regulatory side as well, policy making? Tolu, this is your own turf. It's nice to bring you in. You are online. So you are the most digitally compliant person here. Can we hear Tolu? So Tolu, how do we look at the regulatory side of things? So funding is there, but you also have, look at the example of crypto. Crypto is a fantastic technology looking for a problem. But now we are trying to solve the regulations around crypto as well, which is actually not when it's going to happen. It has to happen. What are your views, Tolu?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say all folks duly observed as well. I'm happy to be here because I'm also an alumnus of Obafemi Awolowo University. I graduated from IFE, so I'm really happy to be here and to be on this panel. Thank you to Ọpọlọ Global for having me. Just before I respond to the question around, the regulatory side of things and how we can, with regulation, spur innovation and just even improve the relationship between research, what's been done at the university level, and what's applicable socially and in the economy. I think that, the conversation we're having today is a very important conversation because when we think about the fact that currently Nigeria we're not favorably ranked when we look at the global innovation index. And, if you also consider the fact that in my mind, to a large extent, we missed the industrialization train and, we're currently at the innovation knowledge-based economy, which is a train that I think we can easily catch on. For me, innovation, entrepreneurship is, I think it's a matter of survival for us as a country. I think, it's something that this sort of conversations are conversations that we should be having, and we should even move, away from having a conversation into taking actions, which is what Ọpọlọ Global is doing with the hub that's been set up in Ife. The way that I think about it, I work in the private sector. I work at a fintech. At a fintech company, we use artificial intelligence, data science, credit scoring to do what banks have done and what banks do in terms of providing loans. And we're only able to do that because we rely a lot on the work that's already been done, the research that's been done in the space of data science space and artificial intelligence space. And there's more work to be done. So when I think about this, I think about what are we learning in the universities? What are people learning? What are they putting together in the final year thesis? Are they working on stuff that is applicable? Professor Bogoro had mentioned, you getting promoted as a doctor shouldn't just be, it shouldn't be a matter of what's, just doing it because you want to get a promotion. Your research, your thesis should be stuff that is economically relevant. Is it something that can easily be applied to a company? Is it something that, the government itself can easily use, even in terms of providing its function or in terms of regulating the economy? One other thing I think it's important to say is, so I recognize that research, innovation, all of this, it requires work, it requires commitment, it requires the universities themselves having a framework. What's the problem that we want to solve? Each department or each faculty, what are you focusing on a semester, on a yearly basis? We want to work on, for example, if you're in the tech, if you're in science and technology department, we want to work on a particular type of technology for certain sections and all of that. I think there needs to be a model, or there needs to be a framework for each department or for each university, just in terms of how do we marry the research, how do we, put together our efforts in terms of the research that's going on here, and how do we find the right or appropriate funding. Like you said, the funding is there. So for example, the way we say, if you build this, people will come. If you have a structure, if you have a framework that shows these are the objectives, these are the areas or spaces that we are looking to work on, these are the problems that we want to solve, and this is how we want to solve this. This is how we want, these are the private sector participants that we want to work with. For example, we have generally, if you speak with tech people in the tech space here, they will tell you that there is a talent problem, just in terms of finding people that have the right coding skills, that have the right knowledge, in terms of the technology that we use in our daily work. And that's something that I readily feel that universities can solve with, partnering with the relevant private sector and participants. For example, companies like Dr. Kim had mentioned, they would readily partner with a program that ensures that there's a pipeline of talents for them, there's a pipeline of testable ideas for them. The basic research work ordinarily should be done in the university, and then some level of product testing and all of that should be done at the level of the university, such that there's something that the private sector or companies, private sector can work with. And I think that if we focus on that, we're going. Doctor, I can hear you. I'm hoping that everyone can still hear.
And seminar presentation. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, is here. The super guest that we've been expecting is already in the house. We'd like to welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Benedict Gboyega Alabi, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola. Please, can we put our hands together for His Excellency? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a long list of members of his entourage, but for now, we'll introduce only 2 of them. And as we proceed on the program, we'll come back to that because the moderator is here. He's just given me the opportunity to introduce Mr. Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome here the Special Advisor on Public Health, Honorable Shiji Olameju. Please, can you rise for recognition? And also in the house, we have a man of God, Pastor Bashir Oluwaseun Alabi. Please, can we have you rise for recognition? Mr. Governor, sir, we've gone very far before your arrival here. We would like to congratulate you on your emergence as the flag bearer of your party for the July 16th gubernatorial election in Osun. So congratulations to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. So how do we bring it home? So we've had Tolu talk about the regulatory and the compliance side of innovation. We've had Mr. Patrick talk about funding in CHEM, talked about the model. We've had Dr. Lawal talk about mindset shift and things like that. It is impossible to dimension all these paradigms if I don't bring professor into this debate, because you have the yam and the knife. You've been here. You've been leading the center from an IFE perspective. And I say congratulations to you again on the hub that we're going to inaugurate today. So take us home on this discussion. It's important to hear from you what has been happening, what is going to happen, and how the future paints, how we cross the chasm. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me first of all congratulate the Ọpọlọ initiative for this wonderful program. I'm happy that we have all the stakeholders here today. And that has been my dream in the last 20 years. How can we bring together all these stakeholders? So we have Ọpọlọ initiative on ground. We have the Bank of the Industry on ground. We have the government on ground. And we have those students that we want to really train for employment generation. So we have all of them on ground, and that is my joy today. And I also want to thank the Vice Chancellor of this great university for accepting the university to partner with Ọpọlọ initiative to get to this feat. Honestly, I want to appreciate the management. I want to thank you for that. Also, I want to thank Ọpọlọ initiative. We started this idea since 2001 with Dr. Shegwa, but it doesn't see the green light of the day as we are seeing it today. So before then, the university is already doing a lot of things. You can see the building we are here. This is our ICT park, funded by the World Bank since 2011. We have a lot of facilities on ground to train most of our students. So we are happy that the Ọpọlọ is coming on ground to also boost the activities we are doing within this center. But I want to say one thing. Now we'll listen to Professor Bogoro's lecture. He talked about funding. The funding that's available. TED Fund is releasing fund for research grants. We have the Bank of the Industry also providing the fund. We have our partners who are ready. We have a lot of wonderful researchers within the university system. Now, by the time we combine these four together, we achieve the final goal. But how do we do that? We've not identified one area, and that area is problem solving. I have a lot of research students that solve a lot of problems. Are those problems commercially viable? And that is why the industry will reject some of our solutions, because we don't really carry along the industry. Now, what we've been doing in the last 5-6 years is to ensure that any problem we are trying to solve within the university community, we must engage with the industry. So industry will be part of what we've been doing since the beginning of the research. So by the time we have the final products, to commercialize is not going to be a problem at all. And that is why I'm happy that Ọpọlọ is here. We are really working together. Ọpọlọ is working with the university to ensure that we are able to train our students in the area of research. The research leads to innovation. From innovation, we go on to what we call entrepreneurship, and then wealth creation, and then you can improve national development. So I'm happy that we are doing this, and I'm saying that the university is ready to continue to support this initiative. I want to rest my case for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. That was an excellent feedback. I think at this junction, we come to the end of the first plenary session. In summary, what this session seeks to address is the goal of shifting the mindset, the paradigm shift of innovation, entrepreneurship, and creating bankable commercial products or products that solves a problem in terms of credibility. And I give a round of applause to all the ebullient speakers, Mr. Patrick, Mr. Inkem, Prof. and Dr. Lawa and Tolu. Thank you very much. It's been a very good session, and we will continue to talk. Collaboration in Ọpọlọ is important. You mentioned something. Time moves in dimension. 21 years of discussion has happened today. Let's birth the future for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Please, just a minute. We'd like to have photo ops before you go. Let the photographers do their photo ops straight away. Dr. Lawa, please, can you just join other members of the panel and the moderator up here, sir? Photo up here. Is it okay there? Okay, all right. Please, let's take that quickly. I hope the chairs won't disturb. Ladies and gentlemen, while the photo ops is on, we'd like to thank the moderator, the members of the panel, and even the chief presenter for a wonderful presentation. We're going to be moving on to section B of the ceremony, which is the opening ceremony. But once again, let me thank the students here today. My first area of study was actually communication and language arts at the University of Ibadan. At that time, researchers made us understand that human beings by their nature cannot listen for more than 45 minutes at a stretch without breaking. And here are students here. You've been here listening to lectures and speeches for almost 2 hours, and you are still ready to go. Very, very energetic. Put your hands together for one another, please. These are wonderful students here that we have. Yes, I mean it. I mean it. We appreciate you. Now we move on to the opening ceremony proper. Now that we have His Excellency here, the governor, the deputy governor is here. And so the welcome address to these events will be delivered, of course, by the chief hosts. And I see the university PRO. I know that you must have one or two words of welcome for the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Magandi. We would like to appreciate our students once again. And of course, may I inform His Excellency and dignitaries here that we have the officers of the Student Union here. Put your hands together for the president and all the other officers of the Student Union of Oba, our university. You can do much better for yourselves. May I humbly call on the Vice Chancellor to please come forward to formally welcome all of us here to Africa's most beautiful campus west of Sahara, north of Limpopo.
Well, thank you very much. You will please pardon me because of my voice. I wasn't even too sure that my voice will come out this morning, but because we are talking of Ọpọlọ initiative, so my voice decided to improve. So it's my pleasure to welcome to Obafemi Awolowo University our eminent personalities that are here this morning. His Excellency Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun. So we appreciate Mr. Governor for his support at all times for Obafemi Awolowo University, and we congratulate him on his victory over the weekend. And we also would like to welcome the Deputy Governor of the State of Osun, who is representing His Excellency here, Mr. Gboyega Alabi, who in his own right is a very close friend of our university. So you're very much welcome, sir. This morning, when I was told that the Honorable Minister of Sports, Mr. Sunday Dare, will be here, I mean, it was very surprising to me because I know how busy he is. And for him to agree to take his time to be here this morning means a lot to us as a university. But of course, we know he's been partnering with us, working with us, and he's actually made a number of suggestions in terms of our sports and the development of our youths. So it's, on the other hand, not surprising to me that he will leave every other thing in Abuja to be in OAU, you know, this morning and this afternoon. So, Honorable Minister, sir, we appreciate you. We thank you very much for what you have been doing for us in OAU and for being part of this initiative. The principal officers of the university that are here, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Babalola, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Yominda Ramola, the librarian of the university, Dr. Zakios Oguntoashe, and all the officers that are here. I see in our midst also the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council of the Federal University Benin Kebbi, Professor Fumi Togonobik Estate. You're very much welcome, ma. We appreciate you here. If there are things we cherish in OAU, it is our culture, because OAU is for learning and culture. So all the royal fathers that are here, we appreciate all of you. Now let me come to the initiator and the brain behind what we are launching today. And that's Dr. Segun Aina, OFR, the chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation Limited. In fact, when he started this initiative and he said he was going to do something that it was going to cover the whole of Osun State, I mean, one day we were discussing, I said, this is too grandiose. It's too, I mean, it's too big, it's too, that such things may not really work, in our environment. But it's a very dogged person. So with time, the ideas were refined and everything. And today, when I saw the hub, in OAU and the way he has actually transformed that hub, in fact, I was quite convinced within myself that Dr. Shegun is actually the person to actually work with. So we thank you very much. People used to say that you cross the bridge when you get there, but you have actually crossed this bridge before even anybody will ever contemplate what actually will be happening. And I'm sure you know what this will be in another 5-10 years. I mean, those are innovators. So we appreciate you, sir. Mr. Olukayode Piton, the MD CEO of a Bank of Industry, I will appreciate to you for supporting this. Now, I want to quickly also recognize Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund. This project, this program is very lucky to hear somebody like him say that they are supporting the project. Because when you look at the Nigerian educational system today, the funding for the university system is actually with state fund. So that's why you get to some universities today, every building you see there will be labeled TED Fund, all the new universities, because that's where you get the money. And so if TED Fund, we now have the buy-in of TED Fund into this particular project, so we can be sure that we are in the right direction. And for the Executive Secretary to actually give his total commitment to it. So that means there is a lot that we have to achieve. Sorry that I have to pause a little bit. In my introduction, I did say that OAU is for learning and culture, and that we give all the due recognition to our royal fathers. So Kabiyesi will still be properly introduced, but I want to thank Kabiyesi for being part of every progressive effort, that has been going on in around our country. So Kabiyesi, you are very much welcome. We appreciate you and we thank you for being part of this. Can we say Kabiyesi? Kabiyesi. So let me now quickly proceed. So we appreciate State Fund, and then we have all our other facilitators, Professor Aderomu, the Director, AC Center, and the former Dean of Technology, MS Funke Opeke, an alumnus of this university, the CEO Main One, who is also part of the facilitators. Then Mr. Shegun Ogunsoya, MD Airtel Africa. You can see the imprint of Airtel at the hub. Anybody who had visited the place will see that Airtel has actually been very supportive. Then Dr. Adirunke Lawa, Mr. Nkem Ogwaku, also an alumnus of the University, Adirunke Lawa, an alumnus, Mrs. Tolulope Omoleye Osinlero. You are very much recognized. Then Mrs. Ola Tomiwa Williams, the country manager, Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana. Mr. Patrick Akiwuton, the MD of EcoBank. I think at this point, I also would like to specially thank EcoBank. You see Oduduwa Hall, the way it is now. So EcoBank looked at Oduduwa Hall and they said, look, we want to give the place a facelift. And EcoBank actually gave the university 42 million to renovate Oduduwa Hall. So So that is starting, anytime this coming week, because we wanted the money paid to the appropriate place so that it can then be used judiciously. So we really thank EcoBank. And I want to tell you that Obafemi Awolowo University actually launched a foundation, and that EcoBank was the very first bank in the country to put money into that foundation. So we really appreciate you, and we thank you for what you have been doing for us. So now I appreciate all the Professor Yemi Ogunlade, Third Fund, all provost deans, heads of departments, units, and then all our professors, and then Ọpọlọ project participants. You are all very much recognized, all our teaming youths, and then the supporters and stakeholders, members of the press, all our friends that are here. This university has benefited immensely from our security agencies. So each time people talk about peace and progress in OAU and everything, but they need to understand that the police, the DSS, and all the other people, they have partnered with us, in several areas, security. Some of them are lecturing in the university pro bono, in our faculty of law here. So we want to thank you, sir, for being part of this initiative, and all the other security men that are here, whether in uniform or out of uniform. So we recognize all of you, and then we thank you. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all on behalf of the management, staff, and students of Obafemi Awolowo University to the official commissioning of Ọpọlọ Innovative Hub, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. We are very delighted to be given the honor of hosting the hub of this laudable program focused on innovation and entrepreneurship for national development through university communities. This initiative, jointly sponsored by Ọpọlọ Global Innovative Limited and the Bank of Industry, is geared at assessing the inherent opportunities accessible through innovation research and technology. The initiative will coordinate through sustainable and joint efforts the relevant stakeholders, such as the industry, academia, innovation enablers, governments, and community leaders. All the other details are in the booklet that the program that has been circulated. Dr. Segun Aina, Chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation Limited, is an internationally acclaimed entrepreneur with a passion for excellence and fervent drive for mentorship. He has, through the Ọpọlọ Global Innovation Project and similar initiatives, proven that it pays to invest in grooming our younger generation for national development. There lies the future of our country, Nigeria. This vision has given birth to a unique initiative that will transform the Nigerian and African entrepreneurial and business landscape. And what else do we need? The Minister for Youth is in our midst today. And so that's a sign that all the people that can make this happen have actually had a hand in what we are doing today. So, Honorable Minister, sir, we are indeed very grateful once again that you are part of this. Judging by the experience, commitment, and passion of the initiators and sponsors of this program, I can confidently say that it will grow in leaps and bounds, surpassing every benchmark for the assessment of success. The initiative has attracted a crop of industries and institutions as facilitators, offering significant contributions to the promotion of innovation and entrepreneurship beyond the initial thought of serving Osun State. We have His Excellency in our midst today, and that tells us that Osun State is fully into this program. But I can see this beyond even Osun State. I can see it beyond university students. I can see this initiative as becoming a national model, for other states and organizations to emulate. In fact, when Dr. Aina came and said they needed a hub in OAU, my initial reaction was to say our buildings are all occupied and that we don't have any place that we can give, that they should go and put up a building on their own. Then after some time, I suggested to him too, I said, there is a National Bank building somewhere, that, and that if they are ready to go in that direction. But when I had a further discussion with him and I saw the way in which he was going. I know that OAU will lose out if we don't get involved, in that initiative. Then we started getting closer. And that is, why we are really part of this today. But, because there are too many people over there that are going around telling you that they can do it, when in actual fact they cannot. So, but this is a different one. And he has shown it. Bank of Industry, the ministry, the state of Osun, partnering to do this. We are very sure that this is different. And this is the right way, to go. The vision of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, collaborating with the Bank of Industry, is a noble and unique one. And Obafemi Awolowo University is very proud to identify with the project and host one of the hubs. Obafemi Awolowo University is well positioned to assist in nurturing this initiative, as we have for more than 6 years now been host of the World Bank Assisted African Center of Excellence in Software Engineering. The center has convincingly proven its leadership position as a catalyst for the flow of knowledge and competencies across institutional, national, and international borders in the area of innovation. Obafemi Awolowo University is committed to propagating the right academic and research values. The vision of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation to nurture young academics aligns with the commitment of our university to attain excellence in teaching and in teaching, research, and innovation. It has therefore been very fortuitous working with Ọpọlọ Global Innovation Limited and the Bank of Industry to realize our common goals. In fact, I had told Dr. Aina, for example, that I wasn't going to be here this morning because as I'm speaking with you now, there is a meeting in Nairobi that I was supposed to attend. But as God will have it, I left Ife around 6:15 yesterday to travel to Lagos, to fly to Nairobi. And when I got there, I was told that the visa was not ready. And then that now you have to be sure that on arrival, your visa would have been processed, even though we have completed all the forms. And so that my flight will be today, and then I just put 2 and 2 together. I said, then it's better for me to go back to Ife and be part of this particular program. So that's why my staff in the office and everything didn't know I was back in Ife yesterday. So, but here I am. So we are very much committed to this, and we see this as a project that will go places. Obafemi Awolowo University represents the best among our peers in attracting very young, outstanding, and highly talented students. The university has recorded some modest achievements in research and innovation and currently occupies the leading position among Nigerian institutions in funded research by the Tertiary Education Trust Fund. In fact, we won the highest number of research grants of any Nigerian university, in this last National Research Fund. We came first, University of Lagos second, and then FUTA came third, in terms of that. So today we can proudly say that we are the #1 research institution in the country. Our university will continue to support and assist Ọpọlọ Global Innovation Limited in realizing its vision, mission, and noble objectives. We will ensure that the hub in OAU ranks among the best in Nigeria and Africa. My appeal is that foundations, corporate organizations, and individuals that are genuinely interested in solving the problem of our youths and of unemployment in our country, particularly through entrepreneurship and innovation, should identify with the laudable vision of this initiative and support the program. I thank you all for your attention and wish you a very rewarding experience at Obafemi Awolowo University, Africa's most beautiful university campus. Great Ife!
Please, can we have a loud round of applause for the VC, please? And quickly, we'd like to make some further introductions before we take another giant's leap into the program of today. Ladies and gentlemen, here in this arena, we have the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industry and Cooperative, Honorable Bode Olaonekpekun. Please, can you put hands together for the Honorable Commissioner, please? And also that, quickly, we'd like to welcome the following personalities here today. But before we do that, this is a citadel will appreciate culture so much. Eba mi ṣe kábíyèsí o. Wọ́n ní ẹni máa yè ló máa yè. Ẹni máa yè ló máa yè. Ẹni mọba ló mọ̀rìṣà. Ẹni mọ̀rìṣà ló sì mọba. Ẹni tó bá lóhùn ò máa yé ẹ máa worú wọn níran. Ayé anamọ́nà yé. Anàgbàlagbà sá jẹnẹjẹnẹ. Kábíyèsí mo ṣe bá o. Ẹ ṣe kábíyèsí o. I'd like to welcome His Royal Majesty, His Imperial Majesty, the Onirisha of Ile-Ife, our father Oba Enito Ogunwusi Ojaja II, represented here today by another of our royal fathers, His Royal Majesty Oba Adedine Asoya of Ile-Isoya. Eba mi ṣe kábíyèsí fún bàbá. And having done that, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, we'd like to welcome the divisional head, SME South, Mr. Obaro Osai. Mr. Obaro Osai, thank you very much for coming, sir. We'd like to also welcome the regional manager, Southwest BOI, I guess, Mr. Mike Oye. Thank you, sir. Mrs. Adiza Olaoshebiko, head corporate communication, is here. Thank you, ma. Mr. Tubi Sheo is a program manager, Tech Hub CBR program. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Dr. Emmanuel Ojowuro, State Manager, BOI Osun, is here. Thank you very much, sir. Miss Judith Adome, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I hope I've not murdered your name. I hope I won't be crucified for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Mr. Kenneth Igwe, Talent Manager, Hawaii, is here. We appreciate you. And Mr. Noah Abimbola, STEM Foundation, Canada. We appreciate all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on straight quickly, as we'd like to have the contribution, that's the keynote speech of the Chief Innovator of Ọpọlọ Global. We talk about a great thinker here. We talk about the indefatigable boardroom magnates. We talk about this perspicacious innovator. We talk about a role model and a mentor, and we talk about a statesman. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium, the chairman, Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, Dr. Segun Lawrence Aino, OFR, for the keynote speech. Can we put hands together for him, please? Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to, first of all, join the indefatigable Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Eyitokpe Ogunbolade, to welcome everyone to this event and to this ceremony. It's really quite overwhelming. The agenda, the item on the agenda now is a keynote address, but I think I will
I will not do much of a keynote address, but just general remarks, because what else do we need to say in terms of why we are here? The previous speakers have spoken about it, so there's no point in repeating some of the things that they have said, but I'll still touch on some of them. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge the presence again of the distinguished personalities that are here. And not because they are here that we're acknowledging them, but because of the role they have played, you know, in getting us here, for the role they are playing in the country, and for the roles that they can still play. First is the governor of this state, Governor Oyetola, represented by the deputy governor, Mr. Gwega Alabi. At the other day evening, I was with both the governor and deputy governor at the government house, and the governor had to say that he has been looking forward to this date, but unfortunately, duty calls in Abuja, so he had to be in Abuja, and that was just informed the deputy governor to come and see him with me, so that he can, you know, be here to represent him and represent the state. So, Mr. Deputy Governor, thank you very much, and extend our kind regards to the governor of our dear state, Governor Oyetola, and I join others in congratulating him for getting the mandate of the party to represent them at the next election. And of course, the Minister for Youth. What can I say from what the VC has said? Because the Minister for Youth is Minister for Youth in the whole of Nigeria. And here it is. In fact, he had been in Osun since yesterday, you know, because of this program. Where we planned it, we planned to hold it last year, August. He told me he would be here, but we downsized it at that time because of Omicron and so on and so forth. We were still here for a few things, but he said we'll be. And when we changed the date and said this is time, he said he will be here. So thank you very much, you know, Mr. Honorable Minister, for being here. You are walking the talk in terms of support for youth and youth development in Nigeria. The Nigerian youth is about 65% of the population of Nigeria. So they are the largest group of people in Nigeria. And if we don't do what we need to do for them, our future, even as adults, is not guaranteed. You know, so that is why I'm happy with the kind of things that you are doing. And I know that you whispered some things to my ears in terms of some of the program you are having and how that program can fit into what Ọpọlọ is doing in terms of support. So I thank you very much for that. Maybe when you are speaking, you will say it in your own words. I think it will be sweeter in your own words than me saying that. Of course, the VC, I mean, excellent gentleman. I can't thank you enough for the belief that you have. I know that initially you are very pessimistic, but like I always tell my team, I don't take no for an answer, and that is a lesson for the young people. Don't take no for an answer. If you believe in something and you think that is the way to do it, push and push and push and get it. And you can be sure. 9 out of 10 that I always ask for, I always get it, because I will think it through first before I go to that person. And at the end of the day, you get convinced. That's a lesson that I want all of you young people here to do. Think deeply before you ask for something. And if you don't get it the first time, continue to knock and knock and knock, and you'll be surprised. You will get it. So thank you very much, VC, for giving us the platform, because you could have said no, but here we are. The vice have given us a space. And Agbarapo, Professor Aderomu, I think he has left. You know, also told us that they also have another plan with the World Bank project that they are doing here, where we'll be able to move the hub even closer here from where it is today. So it's been excellent relationship between the university. I've been involved with the university for some time, like Professor Aderomu said. In 2001, when I was chairman of a company that has now metamorphosed into Venture Garden Group, which is one of the biggest, you know, incubator that we have in Africa. We need to go when Professor Kennedy was the director of Interco, and so we had to recruit 28 of the best graduates over a period of 3 years to work in that company. And here we are today. And of course, during the period of Professor Rogers Bakonjola, supported by my dear sister, Professor Big Estate at the DVC academic at the time, I was, invited to join the advancement board of this university in 2006. So for 6 years, I served at university, and I saw the need, for something like this. But it's, like something that is always difficult to put things together. And subsequent involvement with other universities like Bugoro said, we both served in the University of Ibadan. I mean, I still staff in that foundation. I'm chairman of the think tank where I was a member. And it's all talking about the same thing, research foundation. How can we move from research to innovation, to national policy, to making commercial? I've also been serving for the past 11 years as the chairman of the department board of FUTA Akure. I think Professor Ayoladu, the director, is here. Professor Adewale, also from FUTA, is here. I've served 3 districts before me talking about all these inventions that are coming out of the universities, patients and so on and so forth. Why are we not seeing the impact in terms of products in the marketplace, in terms of money, which can transform the lives of the inventors, the lives of professors, you know, and they will even forget about their salary because the money that will be coming from such things will be much more, and it's, even when you are dead, your children and grandchildren will continue to benefit from those outcomes. How can we do that? We have the best brains in Nigeria. I mean, if we have the young ones that are here, the students, and some of the people that Patrick referred to, Flutterwave, the pay stack of this world, and so on and so forth, it means that even our older people who are professors are also good because they have come from the same stock. So we have excellent, you know, resources within our universities that we can tap into, and that is why we are doing this to support the universities, made up of probably 90% students and 10% academic and non-academic staff. And the program is not only for students alone, it's also for the academic staff. So as we're talking about supporting students to become entrepreneurs, supporting students to be the best they can be, solving societal problems. We're also doing the same thing for lecturers and professors and researchers to do that. So I want to thank you very much for, and of course, the university management. And also our partners, especially those of them that are here today, it's been incredible, particularly the Bank of Industry for the good work that they have done. I remember that I had only one meeting with the CEO of Bank of Industry. He brought himself with his whole team, and I made a presentation to him with my team, and the team made a presentation. At that meeting, he said, we will go along with you. We will support that project. And he has never looked back since that time. That's a commitment for a bank that's really, truly a development bank. Because that is what development banks should be doing, developing the future. And I'm happy that they are doing that. We have commitment from them that they will continue with us to do in some other areas that we'll be going into. And of course, MD of EcoBank is here. He's been a very good supporter of this great effort. Patrick and I will work together at EcoBank. I was in EcoBank for 9 years and left as executive director. So it's my bank. I'm happy that he's here. Adi Ayemi also have been here at the group MD for the Yellow African because it's an ex-IFE. If I send me a text today, he said by next year he will come back himself and give back to this university in terms of support for this initiative and things like that. So we are going around looking for ex-IFEs. That's why we went to Shegun Ogusanya of Airtel. He also finished here. I think he'll be joining us online later. We went to also to Kat Toriola, the MD of MTN. I mean, who is not only actually, but it's also a son of IFE. We went for Funke Okpeke, the MD of Mainone. I mean, she should be speaking to us later on. IFE has produced excellent excellent graduates from this university. I should be very, very proud of what you have done. And we are going to produce a lot more. If you have produced 1,000 very successful entrepreneurs and businessmen, I can tell you in the next 5 years, they will become 50,000, 100,000 with the kind of seed that we are sowing today that is germinating. So what is this whole idea about Ọpọlọ? Is about division, which is captured in this, is to turn ideas into high-value commercial assets for impact and the benefit of all, and to accelerate, the mission is to accelerate growth of ideas that create opportunities through innovation, collaboration, creativity, and engagement to foster human happiness, and is done under the acronym DICE, which stands for digital. Because digital is the way forward today. Today, Nigeria has about 195 million active telephone lines. 304 million general lab, because some of us have two or three lab. Active labs are 194 million. We have about 154 million internet users in Nigeria. So with those kind of availability of digital, it makes it easy for us to do a lot of things. I mean, the young guys earlier on brought in drones that they are using to solve some problem in agri. With digital is the future, and the future is digital. So with digital availability, it makes a lot. So we need to ensure that this is about. We thank Airtel for supporting this initiative by providing 4G internet facility in all the locations that we are in. We are currently in 2 university locations here in Osun, and also in 2 rural areas, which is my town. We have an innovation center there, and then of course, Ifetedo, funded by Madam Yusuf Ali, who is the President and Chairman of Council of Osun State University. Because talents are bound also in the rural areas. We have been concentrating on things in the cities, Lagos, Abuja, but you'll be surprised at the kind of talents that we have, and that with this digital, you'll be able to support them. Of course, innovation. You've heard so much about innovation, so I don't even need to talk about innovation and the possibilities that can come, the changes that can come to society through innovation. And skills. Skills is very, very important. A lot of people go to school. You come out of school, they only know what they were taught in school, but they don't have any skills that can enhance the knowledge that they have acquired. Thanks again to digital, a lot of skills, a lot of knowledge and so on can be gotten online, through, reading on any of the MOOCs, that's massive open online courses. And of course, some of the things that we will also be doing in our incubation and the acceleration program to give you the kind of skills that you need to polish you up and make sure that you can do the kind of thing that we need to do that can solve societal problems. And we have a lot of partners in this respect. Microsoft, for instance, is partnering with us to make available to us all their learning program. Ola Williams, the country manager, will be speaking to us also later. Oracle, the same thing. In fact, Oracle did an Oracle Day for us about 2 weeks ago. They are deploying their resources to ensure that some of the skills that these young people need to learn to be able to be better idea. So we thank them for those initiatives, and of course, enterprise. At the end of the day, what does this thing lead to? We want to commercialize some of these things. We want to create businesses, and we are looking at the future. What does social look for us in the next 3 years? This is jobs, jobs, jobs. People should be leaving university not thinking about going to work for any company. Even if they are going to work for any company, it should be for short time. I'm going to go and work for 3-4 years to gain some experience. And then I start my own businesses. I start employing people through the creativity that I have, through the kind of innovation that I have. And with this support mechanism of various institutions working together, the sky is the limit in terms of where this country, Nigeria, can reach. So enterprise is it, but idea rules the world. You cannot be a different entrepreneur if you don't have different ideas. If you are doing the same thing the same old way, you get the same result. But if you are doing the same thing in a different way, you get a better result. If you are doing new things, you get very great results. So my dear students here, continue to do things out of the ordinary. That is what can stand you out. We are talking about Flutterwave, Paystack, OPay, and so on and so forth. They are just one out of thousands of businesses that have been set up and have not done well. So those ones that we are talking about are the ones that have done exceptionally well. There's no reason why all of us should not be stars. There's no reason why all of us should not be market leaders. You just need to think creatively and make it happen. So we want to urge you to be able to do that. The platform is available for anyone to be able to want to key into this. That is a national initiative, but they said charity begins at home. That's why we are starting from Osun State. We are starting from Ife and Osun State University. Of course, Osun State University, even though I served here for 6 years as the member of the advancement board of this university. I also currently serve as a member of the advancement board of Osun State University as well. So, with this, I've seen a lot of commonalities in what happens in the academic environment. So I've served OAU, currently serving UI, currently serving Unosun, currently serving FUTA. I've seen a lot of commonality in terms of things that and the interest of the leadership, the interest of the professors and lecturers to want to do something directly. The missing link is that because the university professor, university lecturer they have their own thing that they know how best to do, which I cannot do. The people that provide funds, they know what best to do, which the university professor cannot do. The university professor may not know some of the things that people that are business work will not do. But if you bring a conglomerate of partners together and working together with a link, it makes things happen. And we believe that this is the beginning of many other things to come. Because after these two universities, we also be going to other universities. For instance, here I have Professor Malomo, the Deputy VC of the University of Ilorin, seated there. We had a meeting with the University of Ilorin, and they are keying into this project. So thank you very much, Professor Malomo, representing here the VC of Innovents. And she's not here alone. She's here with Professor Ọpọlọ, the Director of Technology, ICT, also of University of Ilorin. We intend to establish this. University of Ilorin has 56,000 students and 1,600 lecturers. So that's a vital ground to be able to get young people, and also the lecturers to be able to begin. I was heard when I was told about some of the great things that the university is doing, and we believe that we can be a catalyst to be able to move them to the next level that they need to do. I know Professor Ford, I don't know whether it's also here. The professor is also talking to us on behalf of UI, with the Deputy VC in UI and the VC, wanting to do something similar in UI, and of course, but is here for FUTA, because that's our next something. After properly putting this together, ensuring that they are sustainable, we have a model and we have the path to sustainability through the partnership that we have received. I will get here by the grace of God. So I know the time is fast spent. I have some other slides that I have not presented, but I think I will want to stop here. But again, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Professor Bogoro, my very good friend, the third fund. Somebody that is passionate about research. And that was why when he decided to set up a research and development standing committee, and he invited me that he wanted me to represent industry, because that's a group of about 150 people made up of about 90% professors, distinguished professors. I'm sure a lot of them are from this university. Only a few of us are for the industry, but we'll be able to bring our own perspective into it. And that's why it's very like anytime from now, the bill to create a national research and development fund will be going to the National Assembly from the office of the president, which is some of the things that that is the outcome of that. So that we can have local funding. Patrick was talking about Flutterwave. Most of the companies that we're seeing are unicorns today. They are mostly owned by foreigners. The capital is not indigenous. So whatever benefit is coming in terms of finance is not coming to Nigeria. So that's why we want to create local fund. So that, including the one that we are also doing by ourselves, Ọpọlọ, the league, which is a group of angel investors who can put money together. We're also creating an innovation fund. Members of the Ọpọlọ Innovation Fund Committee, I mean, are also here. Emmanuel Akumi from ADB and so many others that so that we can have indigenous funding, so that the benefits of those activities, the outputs, so that our Ọpọlọ that we are using, the benefits will not go to other countries, similar to what we had under slave trade in those days. Because that's what is happening today. Most of the countries that are successful today are owned by foreigners and they are Nigerians. The market is Nigeria. The market is in Africa. The foreign organization will go to the biggest of this world. They will go to the people that have the money because they want to come and help Africa, because Africa is an emerging market. They get all the money, they put it to the it, and they are getting the benefit. We have to reverse that, and that's what we are determined to do. And money is not a problem again in this world. 2020, the COVID year, the world produced 493 new billionaires in the world, the highest ever in any particular year in the COVID year. And those most of the people do not have need for the money. They don't have need for the money. So they are looking for outlets to put this money into to solve societal problem. And so money is not a problem again in this world. What is the problem is idea. What can you use your brain to create? And nobody asks you, who's your father, who's your mother? No, it will not be a part of the question. They are going to ask you, what is your idea and what problem do you want to solve? That's the question that the investor will ask you. And how does that translate into commercial benefit? Finish. Once you answer those questions, nobody even look at whether you are a man or a woman, you're from Nigeria or from anywhere. So that is the challenge, is for all of us here to be able to embrace this. So again, I don't want to be talking to you. I know that time is fast spent. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank the Minister for Digital Economy, represented by Dr. I forgot Femi So thank you very much for. I know the minister wanted to be here, but like you told me, something happened this morning, and you had to ask to come and stand in for you here. And of course, our KBC, the Oni of Ife, Oba Ogusi, who is represented here today. So thank you very much, Baba. Once Baba's Okwashe is here, and you are also here to represent, and I'm sure the KBC is doing a lot of wonderful things for youth. And Ọpọlọ is going to be partnering with I'm talking about partners. Maybe you want to show the slide on partners to conclude the remarks. Can you show the slide on partners? You just give an idea when you talk about the triple helix model, the list of partners that we are able to gather together in the last 1.5 years when we put these thoughts together. In the government sector, you can see Osun State government. You can see the Lagos State government represented by the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. You can see NCC. I'm told that the director from NCC is here to represent the executive, the EVC, executive vice chairman of NCC. You can see NIDA there, NIDA Nigeria Information Technology Development Agency. They have agreed to a partnership, Bank of Industry, NGX, Femi, you know guys here, Osun State government. I'm talking about government. This is something that government can use to change the narrative in this state by only supporting this thing, making sure that they nominate young people, talented people from every part of the state, sponsor them to some of these programs, and you'll be surprised what will accrue in the next 10 years in terms of the number of unicorns that you bring. If somebody, if about 10% of people that you support will be successful. So if you bring in 10,000, maybe 1,000 of them will come up with good products. Out of those 1,000, maybe 100 of them will become unicorns. Just like America said, in the next 5 years. And unicorn is the company worth $1 billion. Today's rate is about 570 billion naira. You can imagine the kind of tax that government can be generating from such things. You can imagine the kind of giving back that kind of people we will be bringing back. So Osun State government has excellent opportunity to use to develop the state in terms of this program that we are working with our partners. Industry, I mean, they are all listed there. Afilabs, EcoBank, who are we? I was just told this morning that who are we has signed the partnership agreement that we have with them, and they are represented even here in this hall. Oracle, Soft Alliance, Fidelity Bank, Data Sciences, and so on and so forth. And of course, the academia, the universities, Obafemi University, Osun University, and so on. And the NIMR, Professor Alako is the DG of NIMR. We signed the partnership with them, and we are helping them to commercialize some of the products in the medical world, like there's a COVID invention that they has done. That we're helping them. In fact, we have helped them to register 2 patients already. We have helped them to register, and we're now moving now to get partners that will uptake those products and turn them into commercial value for NIMR. So I want to apologize if there's any member, any partner that I've omitted, or anybody that is here that is part of the partnership that I should recognize you all. And thank you very much for being here and for the support that you continue to give to this initiative.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, you can do better. Please, can we put our hands together for the chairman? Ọpọlọ Global Initiative. Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to recognize the presence of the Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission here, Professor Abubakar Adamu Rashid, represented by Professor A.B. Ekola. Please, can we have you stand up for recognition? Please, thank you very much, Professor Ekola. And also, we appreciate the presence of the following personalities. We have representatives of Elizade University. Are we here, please? Thank you very much, sir. FUTA, Federal University of Technology, Akure is here. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. University of Ibadan. University of Ibadan. All right, thank you. Redeemers University. Adeleke University. Segun Aino Foundation. Thank you very much. Ifetedo Progressive Union. We thank all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, because time is fast spent, let me quickly call on the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Nigeria, Mr. Sunday Dare to please deliver his goodwill message. Are we tired? Put your hands together. He's a youth just like you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will say something and I want a response. When I say build the youth, I want the response, build the nation. And when I say destroy the youth, you destroy the nation. Build the youth. I can't feel the energy. Build the youth. Destroy the youth. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I will just go through a very short protocol because our time is fast spent. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Osun State, my very dear brother, the Vice Chancellor, and I say this with a bit of hesitation, but I have no choice if I want to get out of this precinct safely. The Vice Chancellor of the greatest university, Professor Tope Ogun Bodede, a very dear friend and Egbon. And of course, Dr. Segun Aina, relentless, focused, resilient of Ọpọlọ Global, representative of the Minister of Digital Economy, Communications, and of course, BOI, partners with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and all other dignitaries here present. It's, for me, since August, I had set my mind on making sure I attend this event. By virtue of the name, Ọpọlọ, but also beyond that, by virtue of the fact that its mandate is very clear, to connect the missing links. Because when you look at it, you look at digital, innovation, skills, enterprise. These have been dealt with in isolation. Ọpọlọ attempts as a concept to build a linkage for the purpose of our youth. I listened to the earlier panel when they spoke. The MD of EcoBank, is it the ED, is he still here? When he spoke very glowingly about Flutterwave. And that's where I'm going to start my very short goodwill message. You left something out, and I know it was not deliberate. It took Flutterwave 4 years of hard work in the background before they hit the limelight. If you stretch it further, Paystack, Shola and his colleague, it took them several years before they caught the eye of the world. The point clearly is that for our youth, there's always a rite of passage you must go through before you can make it. Even as innovators, we need that discipline as youth to be able to make it. Also, through innovation, we do not have to reinvent the wheel. We can leverage on existing technology, develop them further, deepen them, and then we can excel. But of course, innovation is key. We talk about necessity as the mother of invention, but also I want to talk today about innovation as the mother of invention. It is therefore my pleasure this afternoon to be part of the Ọpọlọ Osun Innovents 2022. Apart from the fact that the youth demography in our country is huge and cannot be ignored, this demography are the drivers of innovation in our country. That is my constituency, and I keep saying it. I'm gladdened by the partners that you have, very strategic implementation partners, that the youth business is everybody's business.
I'm indeed thrilled by the immense opportunities your new innovation hubs will provide to the students of the Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU, and the University of Osun to pioneer tech startups across our country. Ideas, they say, rule the world. Indeed, innovation is now the mother of invention. Every scientific and technological breakthrough in the world is always heralded by an idea. Dr. Anna said it, ideas rule the world. Therefore, a place like this, the hub that we have, provides an enabling environment to nurture smart ideas and entrepreneurs to create social, commercial value, resulting in impact, which culminates in personal and social economic development for our country. The information and communications technology, ICT, as we know, and data bears me out clearly, is one of the fastest growing sectors in our country, contributing 15% to our GDP. And of course, we've seen the very clear foresight of Mr. President by adding digital economy to the Ministry of Communications. We've seen that yielding fruits, growing partnership with the private sector, and indeed, Ọpọlọ Global Innovation comes to join that sector to strengthen that partnership and also strengthen the sector. What you are doing in Osun is a model that should serve as a model for other states. Grooming tech entrepreneurs from our tertiary institutions is the future of our development. I do believe very strongly, as a Minister of Youth and Sports, that amongst our teaming youths in various universities, colleges of education, and where they're learning, technical colleges, etc., we can rival the likes of Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg. We can develop solely social networking sites, great ideas that can drive various sectors of our economy. Nigeria indeed can replicate through our youth if we invest in them in a timely fashion. Our youth can compete with other youth across the world, as already demonstrated by Flutterwave and about 6 unicorns that this country has produced. The students gathered here today, Obafemi Awolowo University, you represent, without any doubt in my mind, the crust of our youth across various universities that are talented, that have innovative ideas, that just need a bit of a helping hand to be able to excel and make the difference for our country. I therefore urge you to take advantage of this hub to break new grounds and put Nigeria on the global map. We have a can-do spirit second to none. Osun, the state of the living spring, is shining the light forward today. And even at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, we will plug in and seek to support and collaborate and partner with you. I know that funding has been a very big disincentive to innovation in Nigeria, particularly to our youth. But this is being addressed by the government in various forms. The Bank of Industry is doing excellently well. The CBN is doing excellently well. There is a linkage between innovation and entrepreneurship. The federal government recognizes this, and even at the level of the AFDB, just late last year, $600 million approved for digital and creative enterprise called the Innovation Fund, partnership between the federal government and the AFDB. Science and tech, we have 6 Nigerian startups that have attained billion-dollar status. We call them unicorn. OPay, Paystack, Flutterwave, Angela, BGFest, and Jumia. And I believe some of those students who are here will eventually come up with very excellent fintech solutions that will advance the development of our country.
At the Ministry of Youth and Sports, less than 2 years ago, the president approved a 75 billion naira. Thank you very much. 75 billion naira for 3 years, 25 billion naira apiece. That fund is still ongoing. We received 4.1 million applications. We've processed about 30,000 of those applications. By April, we will open our portal again, and it's clearly stated as the rationale behind that fund is to invest in the innovative minds and enterprise of our youth. The 75 billion naira fund is a ring-fenced fund. When a fund is ring-fenced, it means you cannot use it for any other purpose than to invest in the enterprise and innovative minds of our youth. So I urge our youth to make sure they plug into this. You can get between 250,000 naira to 3 million naira to 5 million naira to support your effort. I dare talk about the BOI. I'm sure the BOI man will speak to that. There's also the $20 million tech fund for young innovators being championed by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I can go on and on. The future of our country is in the hands of our youth. And unless we make that paradigm shift from mere empowerment to investing in their innovative ideas and enterprise and their ideas, our future as a country will be imperiled. On our part, as a ministry, we look forward to further partnership with Ọpọlọ Global. We look forward to bringing you to the center in Abuja, where we can invite a number of youths from different universities, and we can advance this. At the ministry, we have about 20 strategic implementation partners that we've been working with in the last 2.5 years, from IBM to Google, and that has yielded a lot of positive results. I want to once again commend Ọpọlọ Global Innovations for this initiative. We see a glowing example of the public and private partnership, and I urge other private sector players to step into the waters for the sake of our youth. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for using sports. We appreciate you. Youth, everything is said is youth focused. Put your hands together for this. Wonderful minister. Thank you very much. I'd like to crave the indulgence of His Excellency, His Royal Majesty, your worship, and everyone here, that subsequent speakers should speak for just 2 minutes, please, because we don't want to hold His Excellency, the governor, down. There are so many other businesses, and even His Royal Majesty. 2 minutes will be fine, please. 2 minutes. It's my pleasure now to please welcome the next speaker, and that's Professor Francisco Murillo, Dean of Graduate School, Universidade Federal do Viçosa, Brazil. Yes, Professor Francisco Murillo, please. Don't worry, he's going to pronounce it the right way. I didn't study Spanish. I didn't study. And by the way, in Brazil now, Yoruba language is one of the official languages in Brazil. Put your hands together for this wonderful professor here. Thank you very much. You're most welcome, sir.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't worry, you pronounce my name just fine. To everyone, I have a very short time to talk to you today, so I try to be as brief as I can. First of all, it's a real pleasure to be here and to meet with everyone. It's my first time in Nigeria, by the way, and I had an idea, but not that much, of the similarities between our two countries. They're more similar than I expected. There are many similarities in language, in food, in music, and I'm sure there's much more than that. But been here for just 2 days, so I have to learn more. But anyway, why we are here? I'm with my colleague also from Viçosa. We're here trying to promote a program that we established with FARA and TET Fund a few years ago to promote higher education for Nigerian scholars in Brazil. I'm here as the Dean of the Federal University of Viçosa. We're a university that's very good in agricultural research. So we established this program 3 years ago, and right now we have a number of Nigerian scholars getting master's degree in our university. The program was affected by the pandemic, like everything else. We were supposed to have more students there right now. Some of them had to do their programs online, but they're slowly starting to move and to travel to Viçosa and to stay there for the completion of their degrees. This program takes advantage of the fact that Brazil today is a big agricultural powerhouse. I wish I had time to tell you this story. It's pretty interesting. We went from being a middle player to a big player in agricultural in about 30 years. And that was due to many factors, but one big important factor was big investment in agricultural research and higher education. I myself am an example of that. I went to the United States for my PhD in 1992 with a full scholarship from the Brazilian government. They spent $150,000 on me alone. And there were thousands like me at the time. So today, 2022, we now have this vast network of federal universities and agricultural research institutes. We don't need to send our students abroad anymore. So now instead of that, we want to bring students to our country to do agricultural research. And the big advantage of our universities compared, for example, oh no, I want to go to the United States. I want to go to Europe. That's fine. These are wonderful institutions. But for your governments, they're going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars on tuition and fees. Brazilian federal universities charge zero, no tuition and fees at all, okay? They're free. So for the government, for the funders, it's a big advantage because they don't have to pay living costs, okay? So as I said, I don't have much time to explain this in detail, but this is the reason why we're here, and we're gonna be here for a number of days trying to promote that, trying to meet people. And I hope some of you maybe who are here in the audience will be flying to my country pretty soon, okay? Thank you very much. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sir Prof. Now, quickly, I'd like also to, because he's our father, we need to also hear some words of encouragement from him. I speak of His Imperial Majesty, the Onerisha. I am not in a position to time His Imperial Majesty, but I know that Baba will speak for not more than 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. As Baba moves up stage, Nigeria is a land of culture, and Brazil and Nigeria share some things in common. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, our own Excellency Olu Boyega Alabi, I recognize you. The Honorable Minister of Sport and Youth Development, Honorable Chief Sunday Dari, the Agba King of Bomosho land. I recognize you and I appreciate you for what you've been doing for the youth through Baba Oni. I appreciate you. All other important dignitaries here, I recognize you all. Our area commander, I recognize you. Distinguished guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to the OAU. Oba University. Thank you very much. On behalf of His Imperial Majesty Kabisi Alailua, Oba Adeyeye Enitan, Babatunde Akande Ogunwusi, Ojaja II, Arole Oòduà, Ooni of Ife. As we all know, his way is always 100% in support of the growth of the youth and the development of the future of the youth. So it's unavailable because of one thing or the other that is evil. The reason why I was late was simply because he thought he'd be here, but he gave his apology to the founder, the CEO, Dr. Shegun Aina Oefa, that is so sorry. As you know him, and as he has already gave you his word, that is very 100% ready to support this your innovation. And is first of all going to handle it in the way that everyone in the whole Nigeria, we know that the hub of this your innovation is in Ile-Ife. Thank you very much.
Can we please chorus Kabiyesi? This is the cradle of all Yoruba people all over the world. This is the global capital of the Black man. We appreciate His Imperial Majesty and appreciate the fact that Ọpọlọ Global Innovation has come to stay. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have some other speakers, but with the agreements that I have had with the planners of the events, we'll quickly move on to supporting innovation enablers BOI strategic partnership with Ọpọlọ Global. We agree that that's also crucial, even as we were struggling and trying to push that His Excellency speaks straight away. But I do hope that this is not going to take a whole chunk of our time. Mr. Olukayode Kwiton, MD CEO, Bank of Industry, will address us on this. Very, very crucial partnership there. And I know that His Excellency would like to also listen to the crux of the matter. It's very, very important. So please, let's have the representative of Mr. Olukayode Kwiton, MD CEO, Bank of Industry, address us there. Please, can you put hands together for the Bank of Industry? Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Because of want on time, may I please crave the indulgence of all distinguished guests to stand on existing protocols, please. Yes. I bring sincere apologies from my MD, Mr. Olukayode Kwiton, who is right now attending a virtual meeting on the 750 million euro bond floated by Bank of Industry. That is why he's not here physically present. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, and all the dignitaries and the students to this wonderful event. Let me begin by congratulating the management staff, lecturers, students of Obafemi Awolowo on the launch of this hub. BOI's mission is to transform Nigeria's industrial sector by providing financial and business support services so that new businesses will emerge and existing enterprises will thrive. The Honorable Minister said, all you need is a helping hand. And BOI is involved in this
to provide that helping hand. You can count on Bank of Industry. We don't only support greenfield projects, we also support brownfield projects. We support entrepreneurs. We support startups. I can boldly say we are virtually the only bank that can support you as a startup. Banks, commercial banks don't support startups because you are highly vulnerable. But with Bank of Industry, we hold hand in hand with you and we go the whole hub. At the Bank of Industry, we recognize that digital technology and innovation programs can help drive transformation of a nation. Indeed, many countries and organizations have remained relevant through sustained investment in technologies and innovation ecosystem. Even though Nigeria's huge young population and rising unemployment are sometimes perceived as challenges, the high technology adoption and penetration rate among this demographic is a potential enabler for national growth. The bank sponsored the hub as a platform for the university community, entrepreneurs, and young people in Osun State to channel their ingenuity, creativity, and passion to productive and impactful ends. The hub aligns with the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 of the federal government of Nigeria. It provides facility to innovate, incubate, collaborate, and scale up new ideas and businesses that will create new jobs and deliver greater economic benefits to the country. The hub will also help the young people build capacity in high tech and business acumen relevant for the future. We hope that Ọpọlọ Innovation Hub, OAU Ilefe, together with other innovation initiatives around Osun State, will in the near future scale into innovation cluster like what obtained in the Silicon Valley in the United States, the Bangalore, India, Israel, Seoul, South Korea, Shanshan, China, among others. In 2019, the bank has sponsored, since 2019, the bank has sponsored the set up of tech hubs in Lagos, Bayelsa, Kaduna, Kebbi, and Osun State. 4 additional hubs are already underway and expected to be put in place later this year. The bank plans to set up more hubs in other locations across Nigeria or partner to expand or upgrade facilities in existing hub. Ọpọlọ Innovation, sorry. Hub OAU Ife is managed by Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, a platform driving startups and innovation programs across communities and institutions in Nigeria. The hub provides full complement of co-work spaces and high-speed internet among other services. Beyond this, the hub will run a series of HICNOT to identify new business ideas and commercialize viable research ideas through mentorship, incubation, and acceleration programs. The hub will grow these ideas to successful champions. BOI will always ensure that viable ideas from the hub are able to access our special tailored funding for startups and tech businesses so they can penetrate more favorably and impact the national economy and create jobs. Bank of Industry is a strategic partner to Osun State. The bank has disbursed over 80 billion to more than 350 large and medium-sized enterprises under various lending programs, and another 480 million to 61 micro, small, and medium enterprises under the BOI Osun State Government Fund to MSME development in Osun State. There is an additional 2.5 billion currently being processed for disbursement to over 100 large and small businesses in Osun State. The bank is ready to do more to advance and accelerate the economic development of Osun State. Let me at this point focus on two most important constituencies in this university community: the lecturers and the students of this great institution. As a nation, we have not been effective in translating research and development output into successful businesses, unlike the success stories in Silicon Valley, which rose on the back of skilled research based from university communities and supply of funding to become a global center for innovation and high tech. The bank, working with this hub and other like-minded organizations, want to see how promising research results can be identified, commercialized, and developed into startups. BOI is available to provide the array of our funding solutions to help enable these ideas. I want to emphasize, BOI is available to provide the array of our funding solutions to help enable these ideas. For the students who will soon become graduates, I encourage you to think more of what businesses and startups you can launch rather than what job vacancies you can fill. Globally, population is growing faster than available jobs. By subscribing to the program of this innovation hub, you can acquire and improve your skills in technology, startup development, and other businesses. These skills and ecosystem will be very critical in building your businesses and to get the right funding you need. May I at this point digress? There's a fund by Central Bank. The fund is known as Tertiary Institution Entrepreneurship Scheme. It's available for entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs with innovative ideas. The fund is available. You go to CBN website, you can access the fund for up to 5 million to start up your business. And the interest rate is about 5%, among the best anywhere in the country. The Bank of Industry is expanding its funding portfolio for startups and youths. A $750 million tech fund was launched in 2001. The Honorable Minister mentioned it. The bank is working with the federal government to develop a $500 million fund for startups. We are currently running a pilot fund with the University of Lagos, where every student has access to get capital to start up their business. We hope to scale this program to other universities. With the partnership we are witnessing today and collaboration from university community, private sector, and government agencies, I dare say the future of this country is brighter than the narratives today. I encourage all to make the most opportunities you have at this innovation hub. Let this amazing place and the programs offered inspire your dreams of a limitless horizon. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention. And please be confident that Bank of Industry is going to be part of this innovation with every funding support to fund all innovative ideas. I want to, at this point, also congratulate the innovator himself, Dr. Shegu Aino, OFR. Thank you for this wonderful, brilliant idea. And it is our prayer that God, who has given you this vision, will provide all the enablers. You already have one in Bank of Industry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bank of Industry, one of the innovation enablers. And I want to believe that the Osun State government is also one, because we have innovators in government. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be listening to the voice of His Excellency straight away. But before that, let me explain that immediately after His Excellency speaks, we're going to have some photo ops here along with His Excellency. And after which His Excellency and some of the dignitaries will go commission the hub. They will still come back here. While they are away, we continue with the session here. And I do hope that the students here will be here. While they are away, entertainment will form part of the second session. And please, don't let me see you hold your phone to invite other people from the hostel. Because all of you guys here, you are the most resilient. You will double this number in the morning. Then after some time, some of the number dwindled. And now you are the strongest. Put your hands together for one another. These are the strongest here. Look at them. And it's still a massive number. I know some of you have gone back to class, but please, I think we are okay here with the entertainment that is upcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome to the podium one of the greatest technocrats in this country. And I dream of a situation that in the future we continue to see people like His Excellency Boyega Alabi become the president of this country. I pray that technocrats who are always afraid that politics is a dirty terrain, they will say politics is dirty. If it is dirty, you will not have someone like Sunday Dare in politics. I tell you, politics is meant for people like you, not for the thugs, not for the hooligans, not for the kidnappers. It is meant for you, great people. And I dream of one day that I will see Dr. Sheguano as a member of the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome His Excellency to come and address this beautiful gathering. Can we put hands together for His Excellency? Mr. Benedict Boyega Alabi, a banker before, a businessman before joining politics. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. In the echo of Omaluabis, I want to crave an indulgence to allow me to go through the retuning of protocol here. Do I have that permission? Thank you. Because the noble and high power personality here today are here because of their love for all of us youths. I'm a youth also, aren't I? So we need to recognize them one after the other because we can't pay their bill for sitting here for 3 hours. Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport, Agbaki, I know today you're Agbaki of Ogumosho, Mr. Solidary. Time for your love for the youth, and God come to enable you. The representative of Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy here. Also, okay, the representative of Oni Orisha. Thank you for being part of our gathering here. Please take our regard back to the palace. We miss him for not being part of us here because also an epitome of youth. Members of the state executive here present to let you know that our government really believes in youth and we'll do anything possible to support the youth. I have a retinue of commissioners here today. Commissioner for Education is here. Commissioner for Innovation and Science and Technology is here. Commissioner for Commerce and Industry is here, Dr. Bodiala Nipekun. Special duty on public health is here. Special duty on education is here. Essay on innovation is here. Essay on commerce and industry is here. So you can see that we're here fully as government because of our interest in this program. I omitted to recognize my governor, who is the first governor in Nigeria to have a youth development policy that was formally launched. The youth employment policy is around 4 E's: employment, education, empowerment, and entrepreneurship, which is what we are also listening to here today. So you can see that it's a thing of interest to Mr. Governor. I often recognize the state executive here present. I recognize the chairman, our host. Let me recognize our host first, the Vice Chancellor of OAU, Professor Ejitayo Ogunbodede. Thank you for being our host. And also for adding to the beauty and the purpose of the university here. Chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation, Dr. Segun Aina. The other time I was there, I do mention that Dr. Segun Aina doesn't have to do this, but his life has been a life of hard work, where he likes to give to community. There's something I learned for you when you are living as the president of Chartered Tobacco of Nigeria. When at the gathering, I saw the array of highly personalities who hardly leave their comfort zone, like the chairman of FCMB, Otumba Shubomi, the Eleko himself, plenty of them. One thing that was standing was that all of them were saying, last night it was with me to remind me. Last night was with me to remind me. And I said, it's only 1 minute, I must be there. It shows a man that's determined, resolute, focused, and achiever of anything he wants to achieve. When I was there the other time too, when we went to inspect the hub, they said, in a few days you'll be ready. People were saying, is it possible? I said, if Dr. Segun says it's going to be ready, it will be ready. So I'm happy we are here today to commission it. Executive Director of TED Fund, Professor Sulaiman Bogoro, my friend and my brother, the MD of EcoBank, Dr. Patrick Akipoto. I'm happy to see you in Osun. I know you're a son of the soil, but you only come home. Thanks for bringing him here today. Professor, Pro-Chancellor of Federal University, Brinkebi, our mama, thank you for always being part of us. Mrs. Fumi Becca Setis, I always miss that name. The MD of Bank of Industry, represented here, thank you for that beautiful insight into what you have been doing for our youth and the opportunity available to them. We are grateful. As Commissioner of Police, ACP Abiodun Alabi, thank you for also being here too. President of Odusima, Prince Kayode Adeyemi, you're also welcome. You are always at home, so I won't say anything much about you. Chief Digital Officer, NGX of Ọpọlọ Advisory Board, Dr. Olufemi Oyenoga, please take my recognition. Executive Fair Chairman, Nigeria Communication Commission, Professor Umar Dantata. Executive Secretary, National University Commission, Professor Abubakar Adamu Rashid, represented by Professor Ekaola Adebola. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic University of Ilorin, Professor Silva Malomo. The executive, the ESCO and other members of Ọpọlọ Global Innovation here present. All deans, management, and students of Great University of Nigeria, Great University of Ife here present, OAU, Great Ife. Other distinct personality here present, security operatives, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to represent my governor, Governor Adigboyega Oyetola. He is on his way to Abuja for an important state assignment. And he will have loved to be here himself because these are kind of things that are interesting. The speech by the Governor of the State of Osun. I'm delighted to be here today and be part of this laudable initiative by an industrious son of Osun, Dr. Segun Aina, OFR, one of the most respected financial experts in Nigeria and a leading light in technological innovation. It's a known fact that since the time of scientific and industrial revolution in the West, the world has started a new life driven by technology, with obvious geometric advancement in all strata of societal structure. The rationale behind Ọpọlọ Innovation Ops is a conscious move to solve an array of our socio-economic challenges through innovative ideas driven by information and communication technology. The theme of this event, innovation and entrepreneurship for national development through university community, is a timely dimension in the quest for nation building through our citadel of learning. Indeed, by tenet of the establishment of our universities, the drive for development and sustainable growth should be a function of the level and frequency of research on our campuses. This developmental drive through the youth should be a national focus and model for speedy growth in all ramifications. It is the only way of surmounting our multifaceted national challenges. The former American President, Barack Obama, while addressing Arabian youth in Cairo, the capital of Egypt, corroborated this assertion when he said, the youth, more than any other persons, possess the requisite strength, capacity, acumen, and dexterity to change the world. Is that true? You will agree with me that one of the priorities of our government in Osun is total commitment to youth development through innovative ideas and creativities. We believe solely on sustainable growth through development of human capital, and since the youths constitute the productive segment of our population, we give them utmost attention as the driving force of our economy. In conclusion, I believe Ọpọlọ Innovation Ops will be a complementary effort towards the drive for sustainable development in our dear state. Once again, I thank the chairman of Ọpọlọ, Dr. Segun Aina, and Bank of Industry for this initiative. Your effort to serve humanity are greatly appreciated. I also, on his behalf, thank and appreciate other partners of Ọpọlọ Innovative Ops for this laudable achievement. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you put your hands together for His Excellency, please? Your Excellency, please, can you please be there, Your Excellency? We'd like to have some photo ops immediately after now. Can Mr. Ajani please arrange the stage for photo ops while I invite the chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Initiative to please join Mr. Governor. We're going to arrange it. We're also going to have the Honorable Minister please join the dignitaries up here. The Vice Chancellor for now, please kindly join. The BOI MD, please join. This is press photo op for the press. Photographers, please mind your shots so that we'll be able to get this. Okay, that's all right. Okay. We have, yes, 5 for now. Okay. All right, thank you very much. The BOI and the VC, please, can we have you come down? Is Royal Majesty, please, can we have you up here, sir? Thank you very much. Partners should be ready. Partners should be ready any moment from now. Once, sir. Yes, EcoBank MD, yeah. EcoBank MD, yes. EcoBank MD, yes. Crucial. Very, very important. The MD is ready, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We're good, sir. Please hold on, sir. Please, can we have the partners? Mr. Obuaku, Mr. Unkem, and some other partners. Please, can we? Yes. We should name them. Farah.
Yes, Farah.
Yes.
I want it to be so that the stage can capture very
Exactly. So we still need to, all the partners. Then we are going to have the panelists immediately after now. Etta, yes. Yes, sir. The chairman is, the chairman beckons, but it's going to be maybe after this session, sir. Sir? Who are we? Not students, not who are we, is why, something like that. Away. Thank you very much. Okay. I think it's okay because, all right, Mr. Sunday Daddy will understand what I'm trying to do. We have a compact arrangement of like 3, 4, 5 for the press, and we don't want it to be more than that. Are you okay with this? Are we okay? Okay, sir, please, can we have some of the, okay, let's just have the 3 in between so that others will join. Please, can we have you, sir? Can we have you join? Can we have you join? Photographer, that's your beats. Please, can you have them arranged? Prof, can you please remain so that, yes, yes. Okay, the other side. Okay. All right, okay, sir. All right, I think it's okay. Okay, sir. Can you just, this side, sir. This side, sir. Can the lens capture everything? Dr. Femi Adeloye. Yes. Representing Minister of Communication. Great Nigerian students, we are the youth of this country. You agree with me? I have a dream that one day, one of you is going to be president of this country.
After this, the entire BOI management.
After this, the entire BOI management after this. So please join the 3 in between, the 3. I have a dream that one day, one of you will be Vice Chancellor of OAU. Okay, please hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Just the 3 for now. Hold on, sir. Okay, you want it? Okay, very good. BOI. Okay. I have a dream that one day Americans will be struggling to take a visa from Nigeria. I have a dream that one day oil will be discovered on OAU campus. Are we okay? Photographers, are you? I just want to be sure. I don't want to be the spoiler because we need photographs that will be used in the media. Are we okay? Please, can we have you? Just the three of you, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, we can manage a smile, sir. Your Excellency. The VC, sir, special request. Your Excellency, you are the winner. We can manage a smile all the time. I know you just concluded a very rigorous assignment, but it doesn't really matter. We need some smiles from you. All right. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. I think it's okay. What's his name? Representative of OAU Student Union. Are you here? OAU Student Union. Two guys stood up, then they lost their confidence and sat down. This is not for boys. All right, okay, Ọpọlọ, I don't think they're here. I want to close this. Entire Ọpọlọ team, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any of the officers of the newly elected student union governments, are you here? Any of the officers? Tell them we recognize them. Tell them the VC wanted to have a photo up with them, but they're not here. They said they just left, sir. I think it's okay. Ọpọlọ team, quickly. Ọpọlọ team, please. I don't have enough time on my hands. There is a commissioning to be done. Ọpọlọ team, quickly. I'm giving you 3 minutes to quickly do that, please. Ọpọlọ team, all of you. Are the Ọpọlọ team consisting of only guys? Where are the ladies? Where are the ladies? Okay, that's all right. Members of the panel. Have we had members of the panel? Dr. Lawal, I recognize you for your youthfulness. Where are you? Have you taken? Panelists, doctor, I know you are there, please. All the panelists should please come up stage. All the panelists, everyone, all the panelists. Dr. Lawal, doctor, I know. And Professor Bilade, I can recognize. Professor Bikesteth. Professor Bilade, former commissioner for education in Osun State, several years back. And former Vice Chancellor Tai Sholari University, if I can. Commissioner of Education, Ogun State. Professor Bilade. Yes, Professor Bikestes. Please, let's do this. DCP Alabi, quickly, it's important. Commissioner for Education, Ogun State. Please, a special invitation for you to come up stage. Commissioner for Education, okay, all right, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, can we have you up stage quickly? I think it's good. Every department of the program appears okay, particularly this photography. Yes, yes. I have a dream. The commissioners in Osun State should please descend. Here, I can see my look-alike, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, and my very good brother and friend. I have a dream that one day, $100 will exchange for ₦1. And my dream usually comes true. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving gradually to the end of this photo op session. Immediately after now, some of the dignitaries will follow the chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Initiative to the hub. They will do the commissioning. We'll continue with the session here. They will come back to meet us with His Excellency, the governor, the deputy governor, and entertainment will accompany whatever we're doing here. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, yes, going straight. Yes, going straight to the hub for the commissioning. And please, let's remain here. Yes, because the second session is about starting. And we're all here because of you. The second session is not going to take more than 30 minutes. That I can assure. But one good thing about the second session is that we will be well entertained. I'm not going to tell you what is involved. But honestly speaking, I have a dream that one or two of you, ladies and gentlemen, will marry one another in the future. When it is happening, don't forget me. Invite me to be part of the ceremony. Larry, my brother. Yeah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful students, wonderful Nigerian youth. We move on straight to the second session. And what we're going to do is to actually have some of our speakers address us. You are the innovators. You can see I'm a youthful father. The future is for you. And you know, one of the main reasons why I cannot afford to offend you is because you may be the person in the future to pay my pension. And if I am wicked to you, you may choose to be wicked to me. So I need you to settle down and enjoy this session, because I see great men and women in the future amongst you. Refreshments. I tell you, refreshment is ready. But you see, you have to be patient for refreshment. And I think intellectual empowerment is much more better than refreshment. Remember, the chairman of Ọpọlọ Global Initiative told you that time that money is not a problem. Is money a problem? I don't think so. But let me tell you one thing. One of your lecturers that I see here, she still amazes me. When they say she is Dr. Lawal, I said that cannot be Dr. Lawal. That at the most, this lady should be one of the undergraduates. But I tell you, she is indeed one of your lecturers. It amazes me. I am awe-stricken. I'm surprised. But there's one thing about Mrs. Lawal. Oh, sorry, I don't think no, just let me say Dr. Lawal. She must have been one of those very brilliant students in our undergraduate days. For her to have moved so fast, the ladder, predictably, you can see that the future holds positive for her. And I want to enjoin you, students. I am talking because I can see that you guys are wonderful people. Look at the way you are sitting down patiently, listening patiently, cooperating with us patiently, smiling without stress. The people that should be your role models and mentors are these doctors that you have in the house. You have Dr. Segun Aino, GCON. You have him here. You have Dr. Lawal sitting by her side. I tell you, I think you should just move near them. Ask them what makes them tick. How have they been able to move this fine life? And you'll be able to pick something that would also drive you ahead to become great people in the future. I tell you, some of the mistakes that some of us have made in the past will continue to tell you never to make such mistakes. But some of those positive things that we have done in the past will continue to tell you to embrace such positive things. You saw the chairman of Ọpọlọ Global, an international figure for that matter, is the chairman of FinTech Nigeria, chairman of FinTech Africa, chairman of several companies, and is still going on, and they are not tired. So you cannot afford to be tired. And so, Dr. Lawal, don't be shy. It's God-given to you. Please, can you just rise on your feet for acknowledgement, please? Please, I need you to do that. Because I pray, honestly, I tell you, please put your hands together for this lady. Don't be embarrassed. I am enthralled. I'm excited. Honestly speaking, if I was younger, I would marry you. Don't envy me. Stop envying me. Yes. And this is Dr. Segun Aino sitting by his side. I tell you, the first time I met Dr. Segun Aino, it's a long time ago. Yes, from a family of academics. But I tell you, if he was not serious, he would not be where he is today. He's one of the panelists that you are going to listen to here. And I tell you, we're not going to waste your time at all. Look, let me tell you, you need to listen. You need to. I tell you, these people that I'm introducing to you listened. And that's why they are where they are today. And they have not stopped. They are still moving ahead. Look, I was a student like you. When I was a student like you, I didn't have shoes. Have you forgotten our president who didn't have shoes? These guys are millennials. President Jonathan did not have shoes when he was like you. And when I was a student like I used to be on Gary 3 times a day. Can you drink Gary 3 times a day? Look at the lady with chubby cheeks. You better fear God. So, ladies and gentlemen, jokes apart, we love you. You're wonderful people. And very shortly, we will take you through the second session. It's going to be very, very brief. I have to beg the facilitators, the moderators, and panelists to please make it pure and simple. You understand? Ọpọlọ Global, the entertainment, please. Immediately now. It's very, very important. I tell you, it's afternoon and it's hot in here. By communication research, there are some extraneous variables that might affect the flow of communication. Honestly, you are very, very strong. Because I can see some of you are fanning yourselves. That will affect the flow of communication. Hunger can affect it. Religious belief, faith can affect it. You understand? And look, all of you wonderful people, I tell you, by the special grace of God, tomorrow, 1 or 2 of you people will marry one another. Don't worry. We also married some of our mates in the university. So when we say that it's better for you, because you are undergraduates, it's not beyond you to do that. You are no longer babies. And if you marry well, one of those things that make people succeed in life is good matrimony. If you miss it, you have missed life. If you marry a wrong partner, your life will become so miserable. So I pray that God Almighty, by the time you guys are going to settle down, you are going to marry a woman of your spiritual planning and conjecture. And the ladies here will marry that person who is going to be their Adamic rib. Yes, the rib. For every woman, there is a rib of Adam. What is left is for you to locate that person. And I pray for you, you will never mismarry. Some of you did not say amen. Hey, I'm telling you the truth. Innovation, innovation, innovation. One of the best innovation is to marry right. You can imagine somebody who has dedicated his life to Christ right from primary to secondary to university. And I can see many of you are here. You now made a mistake of marrying a club girl. You will be calling Jesus Christ this way. The lady will be drinking, what do you guys drink these days? Eh? Look, if you believe, don't marry Omolosho. And ladies, don't marry all these boys who are driving all these BB jeeps all over the place without any big sauce. So I don't want them to use any human part. Oh. So please, I beg you in the name of Almighty God, as you are struggling now, look very well, pray well, look for a good partner in the future, settle down so that you'll be able to do what? You'll be able to propel, you'll be able to fly. Your partner will give you the wings to fly. You can see the way I'm talking and talking and talking. It's because my wife prepared rice and chicken for me early this morning before I came here. When a man is hungry, he cannot talk. Oh. Ladies, let me tell you one secret. When a man is hungry, the brain will scatter. So you must make sure that you feed your husband, your spouse very well in the future. Ọpọlọ Global, I will not continue this program until I see entertainments. Call your guys now. That is the instruction. As the master of ceremonies, that is what we enjoy. When we talk, it happens. Please forgive us. Very shortly, entertainment will begin to flow. And now we have some other persons that are going to address us here. I can see Dr. Shegun Aino Jr., Senior Lecturer, Computer Science and Engineering, OAU. I can see, of course, Mr. Olukayode Pito, who has spoken. But what we're gonna have here is very, very simple. Agronovation, adopting an innovative approach to agricultural research and commercialization. Mr. Jide Arowo-Shafe, the Managing Director of Swago Limited, is going to be the moderator, and the panelists will be Professor Jim Farinde, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. Abdurazak Ibrahim, Agri-Cluster Lead, Institutional Capacities and Training, FARA Africa Union, Professor Francisco Murillo Zabine, Dean of Graduate School, the university, and Professor Veronica Obatolu. Can I have some of your men prepare the stage for this session, please? Come and arrange the chairs.
arrange it quickly so that the team that has gone for the commissioning will meet us, continue with this work. We have less than 25 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We're ready to do it. Please, can I have the MD Swago Limited, Mr. Jide Arowo-Shafe, please? Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Arowo-Shafe, please? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your patience. We appreciate you. And also, can we have, please, you may just have your seat for a few minutes so that when other panelists come, you take over the, welcome, sir. Please, may I also have Professor Jim Ofarinde, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, where are you? This must be a good lecturer. It's not one of those lecturers who will tell you point blank, you will fail. I will make sure you don't graduate. You, why didn't you come to class yesterday? Sir, I just had to go and attend to my mom who took it. Oh, you are telling me a lie. I'm telling you, you are going to have an extra semester. Thank you, sir, for being so good to the students. And it shows. Dr. Abdulrazak Ibrahim will join Agri-Cluster Lead Institutional Capacity and Training. Dr. Abdulrazak Ibrahim, can we have you, please? Thank you very much, sir. And also, we'd like to have Professor Francisco Murillo Zabini, Dean of Graduate School. Fantastic, fabulous university in Brazil. Because I don't want to lose a tooth. Thank you, sir. You're most welcome. And also, can we have Professor Veronica Obatolu, Executive Director, IAR&T Ibadan. I remember our younger days in Ibadan. IAR&T, what usually amazed us was the neatness of that environment. Always very, very clean. It's been a long time I've been there last, but as a secondary school student, we used to go there, even if only to breathe the air of that environment. And you can see that on our Professor Veronica. You would know that she's from a very, very clean environment. We appreciate you, ma. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over this microphone to Mr. Jide Arowo-Shafe, who is going to moderate this agronovation, adopting innovative approach to agricultural research and commercialization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Great effect. At least most of the dignitaries are not here, and I have that pleasure not to stand on the existing protocol, so to say. Do I have that? Yeah. You know, when we have a session like this, you know, the people have gone to do the business, but let's stay here and talk to ourselves. In this session, we'll quickly deal with adopting an innovative approach for agri research and commercialization. But before we say that, I noticed that anytime they mention Professor Farinde's name, the O go a bit gaga. Yes, he taught me 25 years ago in this state university. Amen. Do you know why I said that? Because I was in his class and somebody made that statement. Amen. And he said, we made that statement? Okay. And we thought that person was going to have issues in his class. But lo and behold, that was the best student in his class. Professor. Yeah, thank you so much. Just to quickly go into the topic of the session, We've had it all today, but I think we should be able to clearly, give a very strong focus to what we should be talking about here today. We've had a lot about innovation. People have talked about new approach. That innovation is new approach or new technology to positively affect a particular cause or action or program. Okay.
Please, gentlemen and ladies, you're wonderful people. Let's take it easy, nice and slow. The entertainments, refreshments will reach everybody in the hall. Don't worry, just take it easy. You are great people, great Ife. Recording is going on. You don't want a situation whereby somebody would be posting all this on air that if students are after drops. Don't let that happen.
Okay, thank you very much, my moderator, once again. And I think we'll just go straight into the issues. One of the things that I've sat down there, trying to ruminate upon earlier today is, we can come here, have a lot of talk, and at the end of the day, we still don't have town and gown meet. And those are the focus areas that we'll concentrate our attention onto today. And I'm just going to give the mic to Professor Francisco Zebini, who came up earlier and said, if I have time, I will tell you how Brazil made it. I want you to quickly give us, in just very, very briefly, your perspective to how we can actually get a convergence between research and the marketplace. That's commercialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize for not using a mask when I talked before. It was forgot. I should have, since I've traveled recently to Nigeria, but I did test negative before I boarded the plane. So even if I got it on the plane, I'm probably not infectious. But anyway, I apologize for that. I'm glad to have a little bit more time to maybe expand a little bit on the story, right? That, as I mentioned. So it's interesting because I'm an agronomy student, like maybe many of you, and I finished agronomy in 1988. And at that time, every course that I took in my university, the professor, the lecturer would start by saying how bad Brazil was at producing beans and corn and soybean and cotton and raising cattle and everything. We were very well below average yields, world average yields. There were big limiting factors, things that prevented us from growing more food. In fact, I remember being a child and going with my mother to the supermarket, and there was a limited amount of oil that we could buy, cooking oil that we could buy, and meat. So it was, we could not produce enough food to feed the country, and we had to import a lot of food. And as I said, in 30 years, Brazil went to become one of the world's leading food exporters, not necessarily producer, especially start to compare with China, but certainly one of the leading food exporters. And I mean plant and animal products. In 2005, I made a bet with an Australian colleague of mine. We were at this international meeting, and I told him, look, in 5 years, Brazil is going to overtake Australia as the world's largest beef exporter. And then he told me, no, it's not. And we made a bet on a bottle of wine. And in 3 years, I saw him at this other international meeting, and he paid the bet because Brazil that year overtook Australia as the world's largest beef exporter. Okay, so that's just a nice story, but how did it happen, right? Well, the fully expanded, complete story would probably take a workshop to tell. There were many reasons. There were many different factors that contributed to that. But at the foundation of everything, you need a sustained long-term policy to promote that. And that in my country started 50 years ago. So it was actually going on when I was a student, but it hadn't beared fruit yet. It takes time. And so it's very important that these policies are not affected by changes in government, for example, which happens a lot in my country. I suppose it happens here too. So one administration leaves and another administration comes in and they immediately cancel everything that the previous administration was doing and start new just because of political differences. So that cannot happen. And amazing, it's really amazing that it happened in my country because we went through different types of government and right wing, left wing, center, all the whole spectrum. And this policy was a constant over 50 years of providing resources and financial resources and different types of resources, human resources, so that we could become an agricultural powerhouse. That was a constant. And it's a consequence of that since 2014, when we again went through a cycle of economic crisis and problems, all sorts of economic problems, that the agricultural sector has been the only sector of the economy that's still growing. The only one, since it never stopped growing. So you need this sustained long-term policy, right? I was a student, graduated, we were still doing bad. I'm already contemplating retirement and finally it's happening. So it takes a long time. It takes persistence and it takes a constant policy. So that's one thing. Of course, you also need investments on basic infrastructure. So one huge limiting factor in Brazil was the availability of water. So the government started these very large irrigation projects that affected large parts of the country. Some parts of the country that were deserts, we became very good on desert irrigation. And I remember when I was in California, California was already famous for its desert agriculture. And I lived in this city that had about 200 Brazilians doing their PhDs at that time. And the largest number were in agricultural engineering. Guess what they were learning? Irrigation techniques for desert agriculture. Okay, so there was a focus on that because without water, you don't do anything in agriculture, right? So today we are already very good at that. And we have also our own desert agriculture in very large parts of the country. And most of our tropical fruit, for example, is grown in these areas. Okay, so we export a lot of tropical fruit like papayas, mangoes, even grapes that are not necessarily tropical, but we learn to grow them in a tropical environment. So you need this investment in this basic stuff, right? I mentioned agriculture, I mentioned irrigation. There is also genetic breeding is very important. For example, we didn't become a big soybean grower until we bred soybean varieties that could be grown at low latitudes, close to the equator. Soybean, 50 years ago, it required changes in day length to produce seeds. So that would only happen in temperate areas, not in the tropics. So now we have our own soybean varieties that don't need that and they grow just as well. And of course, you guys are also very close to the equator, so there's the same thing. So and genetic breeding takes time too, right? It takes 20 years to produce a soybean variety that is adapted to that. In fact, a lot of people used to say that it was impossible back then. Until you go there and you do it, then it's not impossible anymore, right? But so there's all these different things that need to happen, okay? Also, one important thing that the government must do, and it happened in Brazil, is actually not get too involved in agriculture. Agriculture, usually growers know exactly what they need to do, as long as they have the right tools in hand. So Brazil used to have all these regulatory agencies for specific crops, coffee, cacao for chocolate production, and sugarcane, and rubber tree. They don't exist anymore. They didn't work. They just generate unnecessary, excessive regulatory requirements. So that was all dismantled. And today you have growers associations, okay, which are much more effective in generating the policies that growers actually need. So there's all these different things. And then there's agricultural research, which I mentioned quickly previously. That's also important. It's an essential component, which means that you won't become a good food producer if you don't do it, but it's not sufficient. It's one part of the equation, but it's an essential one. So as I said, our government had this policy of sending people abroad to get degrees, advanced degrees, PhDs in agricultural research. It was a constant thing for 20, 25 years. I was one of the last ones actually to manage to get a scholarship for a full PhD abroad. Very rare today because it's no longer necessary, right? Sometimes we go and we spend 6 months or 1 year abroad to learn a specific new skill, a specific new technique, and then we come back. And an interesting aspect of this story in Brazil is that in my own estimate, about 95% of the Brazilians who went to the US and Europe to get their PhDs went back to Brazil. And I remember when I was finishing my PhD and I was already arranging to go back to Brazil, the Americans would stop me at the hall and said, "Why are you going back? Why don't you stay here?" What kind of, they think we live on the trees and walk around naked, right? So what could I tell them, right? Look, it's my country, right? And they spend all this money on me, so I need to go back. And I wanted to go back actually, because I knew it was at the right time. The timing was really good. And there were maybe 5% who didn't come back. There was always those, right? But the vast majority went back, and we are doing good. As I said, today we have this network of I don't remember how many, 56 federal universities, I believe. If it's not that number, it's sort of like that. And all around the country. And that program that I mentioned before, it's not restricted to our university, okay? This person who's sitting here right in front of me, Vladimir, he was responsible for extending this program to many other Brazilian universities. So today, actually, we have a number of Nigerian scholars at Universidade Federal de Goiás, which is actually bigger than the number who's actually in Viçosa, okay? So it's not restricted to our university because we have, as I said, a network of federal universities that do world-class agricultural research. And I'm not just saying that because I'm Brazilian, it's true. It's the only field today in science and academia where we can compete on an equal level with developed countries, okay? And I speak that because I know what my colleagues are doing and myself, what I'm doing. And we're actually, in many ways, we're better than them because we do the same things that they do with much less money, much less money. So it's really a moment that we're really trying to attract people from other countries to study with us. As I mentioned before, the costs are much lower. So again, the point here is not the program. The point here is that all of this has to happen in synchrony for an extended period of time for us to go from where we were in 1988 to where we are now. And it's really a success story. It's one of the few success stories that we have in Brazil, right? People still don't know about that very much. They get surprised when we talk about it. Brazil is still the country of carnival and the beaches and football, right? And that's all right, that exists too, right? We're very good at football, much better than Nigeria by far, right? Sorry about that. I wish we were really. But anyway, this is a true success story, the agricultural environment. And anyway, thank you. I was glad to be able to extend that story to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think the only part that I won't take you on is the issue on Nigeria versus Brazil when it comes to football. Yeah, but thank you very much for that. And I think one of the things that I'm getting from your comments is that it takes constant policy over years, that is sustained over years, availability of waters, that was very critical. Then you talked about developing the right varieties, and it takes a whole lot of years to get to that point. Professor Mrs. Obatolu, you actually lead a research institution in the country. I just want to ask you, what's your own perspective to how we really need to, you've had him talk about it takes a lot of years to get that done. But what Nigeria is looking out for is how to leapfrog and become competitive, maybe in the ranks of the Brazils of this world. How do you think we can easily translate research, agricultural research outputs, research knowledge? How do we translate it into the ag business space for us to be able, using innovative technology, for us to be able to leapfrog, cut short the number of years that Prof has mentioned? How do you think we can easily do that? What was your own perspective to that? And more so, talking about the building blocks that we need to put in place in Nigeria to achieve that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, moderator. And I want to use this opportunity to greet all the students. I'm sure majority of us here are from the Faculty of Agriculture. Okay. So I want to say there's a lot of things that research can do in the area of innovation. Because when we talk about Ọpọlọ, as it was explained to us earlier, it means brain. And what comes from the brain is idea. Economics, I'm not an economist, but economics says that economy activity is categorized into two, and that is goods and services. As far as Nigeria is concerned, up to date, most of our research have been focused on how to improve the good aspects of agriculture. Before the year 2014, agriculture was contributing to about 40% to the GDP of Nigeria. But after the rebasing in 2014, it declined to 21 to it revolved around 21 and 22% contribution, which is far behind the service contribution. The service contribution now is about 50%. So agriculture is far behind this 50%. And the only way we can make agriculture to contribute significantly to the economy of the country is by trying to make our agriculture also service products. In the morning, there was a demonstration regarding the drone, using it to monitor the feed. There are lots of drone technologies that have been developed. We have the drone, which is the autopilot sprayer and tractor, which doesn't need a driver to operate it. But then we have all this technology. How can we commercialize the technology? The technologies. The only way is to synthesize these technologies and to leverage it into an adaptable technology. And this is the only way we can commercialize all this technology like the drone. How can we commercialize it? There are different ways we have in the Institute of IER&T. We have developed, as my friend from Brazil said, there are lots of seeds that are adaptable. One of the ways of improving our agricultural system and services is to develop seed or crops that are adaptable to Nigerian or to our agroecological zones. Of recent, IAR&T have just released 4 varieties, and that's one is in kenaf. Kenaf is a fiber crop which can be used for jute bag. You know, the produce bag is now being imported from outside. We don't have any factory. Now, if we develop this variety that is adaptable, that is high yielding, and that is resistant to major stress, but we don't have the service aspect, where do we take it to? Currently in Nigeria, there's no industry making use of this kernel fiber. And so we need the service aspect, and the service aspect comes in the form of manufacturing. That is, you manufacture it into a product that will be used as a service in other areas. And that is how we can increase our own, the GDP. Agriculture can, by this way, contribute to the GDP of the country, not as agricultural product or increase in productivity, but as a service line. If we talk about the service contribution also, we see that in most of the developed countries, agriculture only contributes 2 to 3% of their GDP. Majority of contribution is from the service area. And it is because their research is not only based on production, it takes the entire agricultural value chain altogether. If you want to commercialize whatever research you are doing, you have to think about extending, that is the extension services. How can you bring innovation to these extension services? This we have also been able to do through yield extension and farm internet linkage, whereby there's an hub. You can, farmers within this hub can link into the hub and collect all farm informations that they need. Whether you want to be a producer, you want to be a processor, you want to be a marketer, you get each aspect, you know, there's a link. So it is important when we're having the innovation platform for development, there's need for us to consider the communication. That is, there should be an effective communication between all the coordinators of the initiatives. That is, if you are initiating something, you just don't initiate. Who will be the end users? Just don't think about the end users alone. The end users should be the upstream of the technology. If you really want to make an impact, the upstream of the technology, whereby all the initiators will come together and think of how to move the whole thing forward. Then it is also necessary that we have an enabling environment. It's really a pity. I thought the policymakers will be here. Most cases, they need to work on the enabling environment. Yes, we talk about startups. With startups, we know that we have a lot of promises by the Bank of Industry. Yes, the fund is available, but then when it is not monitored, when you don't coordinate together, it is always very, very, there's always the tendency that you might not be able to get the goal in which that enterprise is being set up. Currently at IER&T, we also have an entrepreneur center whereby you teach the technology right from soil, because I'm telling you, agriculture, to be able to contribute to the GDP of the country, it has to be along the agricultural value chain, which starts from the soil to production, to managing on the farm, to storage, to transportation, to the industry that would make use of that raw material, and to the products, and which of the markets are available today. So there are lots of research that has been done, innovative research that has been done in terms of agriculture, but we need enabling environments to be able to disseminate, which include legal environment policy. When my colleague was talking, he said there needs to be revolving policy because time changes. And so there should be policy that suits time and that will support the innovations that is being brought out from research. And research, as I will say, is one of the service products. You have your idea, you can sell your idea to someone and you can commercialize your idea. If you're really sure, we have the intellectual property rights, so you can make money from any aspect of agriculture in order to commercialize. So the way forward really for us to be able to benefit and to be a service product country is for us to commercialize our research ideas, our research technology in order to get it to a higher level, which is getting agricultural products, the raw material, to be able to process the raw material and add value to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Obatolu. Thank you so much for that. I think one of the things that really jumped out to me while you were actually making your comments is on the issue of innovation when it comes to extension service. And you use the word e-service to actually deliver innovation and research outputs to support our farmers on the field. In Nigeria's case, the critical mass of actors, operators within the ag space are farmers who actually we call the smallholder farmers. In short, they constitute the critical mass of that. And I recall that when like I said, 21 years or 22, 23 years ago, when I sat in Professor Fariday's class, he taught me agric extension and rural sociology, if I remember well. And one thing that he will always tell us then is that farmer is king. And until we actually place the farmer at the center of whatsoever innovation or technology that we develop, we have not started. Or else, what we have is that the technology will end up on the shelf. Professor Faraday, I want you to quickly take us through your perspective on how we can actually improve the absorptive capacity of farmers to be able to absorb whatsoever technology or solutions that is being churned out from the universities, research centers, and other higher institutions that are focused on research, innovation, and technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jide. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The poster to me will address from two dimensions. First, the farmers being referred to in quotes. These are illiterate farmers, if you go to the community. But what we are talking about today, our farmer by definition should be an entrepreneur, whether he's literate or not literate. And that's why we are talking about or mobilizing and appealing to youth to take career in agriculture. Most people, I would say 80% of us in this hall, we see agriculture as a profession laced with drudgery and sweat. But if you look at it critically well, and we do our analysis, first is the divine profession. Secondly, when you become a successful person in other profession, you come back to invest in agriculture. Why? Because it's the real thing that propels the economy. And so, if we really mean business, we need to put our entrepreneur. I want to replace farmer with entrepreneur. In my own profession, we call them target audience or the end users. What it means is that whatever we are able to generate or develop or invent from research that we call research output, we must consider the end users, people who is going to use that technology. And so it is after adoption of research output that we start talking about commercialization. If you have no idea of what an output of a research is, you will not know anything about the phases where other technology can be utilized. Let me explain myself. Any commodity in agriculture has a long value chain. And so I can identify 4 phases where we can identify or analyze value chain. We have production phase, we have processing phase, we have marketing and utilization. And that's why when we're talking of food security, we also talk about nutritional security. So the end user or the target audience of any research that we call farmer or entrepreneur to have a comprehensive knowledge of what the research output is all about. And that's why we need to strengthen extension, bringing innovative idea as it operates in other developed nations of the world. And that's why the Ọpọlọ hub is very critical at this particular point in time. We need, honestly speaking, if you look at research output that we have in Nigeria today, there are many. And so, for the end users to make use of them or to adopt them, we have a lot of work to do. First, we need to change our system, our approach to uptake of research. And that is why in my inaugural lecture, I focus on optimization of farmers. That is empowering farmer to become entrepreneur. It is not enough when a research output is placed on the table or that you want to disseminate and the farmer has no knowledge of it. And so we have an approach that says put the target audience of the farmer at the center of focus. And that is what we call refill today. Research, extension, input, farmer input linkage system. In other words, all these basic components of that approach needs to be fulfilled. And I added that the last one that is missing is policy. Everything we are doing must be based on the policy, as Prof from Brazil has rightly said. We need a long sustained policy. So what am I saying? For us to move forward and for us to transform the research output at any point in time to commercial level, the target audience or the end users must be involved right from the beginning. And so they should part of the conception of that research and then carrying out the research and to adoption level. And there are so many approaches now that are very available through ICT. First is digitalization of our data collection, data analysis, processing and analysis, and report writing. It is important that we digitalize our data. And so we have a data bank or database. It is unfortunate that over 40 years ago, when some of my professors came up with what we call Ife brand, that's a variety of cowpea. It's very popular in the southwestern region. And then we have tomato, Ife plum. These are not available again. And we don't have a database for that. So it is important for us to keep what we are able to generate or invent, to digitalize them, and have data bank for each of the commodity in Nigeria. Apart from that, we are talking of production phase. We can make use of devices. We can use sensor to monitor what is happening on the field in the comfort of your office at the farmstead. At the same time, we can know what is happening in the environment when we talk of weather or climate change. Even if we have expanse of land, and then we develop our irrigation facilities, we still need to monitor the amount of water we give to our crop, because different crops require different amount of volumes of water. And these days, part of our approach in research, we are talking of precision agriculture. So we need to bring in innovative ideas and approaches to whatever we want to do. It starts from research. We need to empower our researchers to know much about this ICT and these approaches. Two, we need to empower our students to have knowledge in the use of all these devices. And that's why I have initiated a discussion with Ọpọlọ, the sustainable manager, and we have come to agree that a program has been fashioned out that we call OPI, Ọpọlọ Agricultural Innovation Program. It was the specific, it was designed especially for the Part 4 student of agriculture for a week. We have taught them so many things, some commodities, research outputs, and everything that were imparted from production, processing, marketing, and even utilization. But how do they solve these problems that may arise at each of these phases? And that is what the program is all about. The program will take the student through how to make use of ICT, that is information communication technology, to solve problem in agriculture, environmental problem, soil and water problem, processing problem, post-harvest problem, pests and management problem, and livestock management problem. All these are very important if we're really talking about optic of research And then at the end of the day, I want to see these students becoming agents of problem solving. 2, I want to see them to become consultants in their respective area of choice of problem solving. I want to see them as a practicing farmer who will take up enterprises in agriculture and take career in that. And lastly, I want to see them agents of change in agriculture so that agriculture become to really fulfill that role of the backbone of Nigerian economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Farinde, for that. Like Professor Farinde mentioned, that what he look forward to is to see the student become agents of change for the future. You know, this morning when I came in, sitting down there, and there was an institution that came in earlier, I think Oval.ai or something like that, to make a presentation. And you know, as they were making that presentation about their innovation, and I just quickly got a solution to one of the major challenges that I have. SWACO is an agri-investment company that actually spots opportunities and try to, catch in on those opportunities, source for funds, and invest funds and manage those investments. And I sat down here. It just occurred to me that 2 weeks ago, we were looking for how to reduce the cost of monitoring of our projects, of our what we call the upstream investment project of SWACO. Because one of the challenges that we have is that several institutions have come to us to say, look, we can help you or support you in monitoring your projects on the field. However, we will require a network of support staff on the field. When I looked at the solution that they were talking about this morning, and they were mentioning something around object detection, object tracking as an innovation that they can use to monitor crops on the field, I just quickly came to a conclusion there that easily I can use that technology to reduce costs so that my economics of production can greatly reduce using their technology. And I looked at it that if I was not at this program, definitely I wouldn't have cited that. Dr. Ibrahim, very quickly, how do we make the town to meet with gown? How do we actually position the private sector to become a major player within the research institutional spaces so that they can easily catch in on these opportunities? I remember when I recall that it was Professor Mrs. Obatolu that mentioned it, that we need to productize these inventions and innovations and make it available. But I'm beginning to look at it, let's flip it a bit. And this is exactly what Ọpọlọ Global have done, is to come and position themselves within an academic environment to be able to facilitate that connection or convergence. How do we actually get the private sector to position themselves within the academic environment, within the research institution environment, sustain themselves within that space, and be able to, put value on these products that we're talking about that is coming out from the research institution, from all these innovations that we're talking about, put value on it and make it a valuable product within the marketplace. What are the critical elements that are required for the private sector to play in that space? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jide. I think there's some kind of advantage and disadvantage of being the last to speak on a panel, especially when you are standing between the people and their lunch, yeah? But I will try to be as brief as possible. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to be on this panel. I am from Kano, and I work for the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. And for those of you who do not know, FARA, we are the technical arm of the African Union Commission on matters related to science, technology, and innovation. We are also part of the African Union Development Agency, and our office is in Ghana. And basically, if you want to summarize what we do, is we shape the thinking of governments across Africa on matters around agricultural innovation and show them the evidence. This is where you need to put your money. This is the number of people you need to train. These are the kind of commodities you need to prioritize, and so on. Now, for the last 15 years or so, in FARA, we have been advancing a concept that we call Integrated Agricultural Research for Development, IAR4D. And I'm very, very glad Professor Veronica mentioned innovation platform here, because innovation platform is the instrument within which the Integrated Agricultural Research for Development concept works. And what is it? Actually, it simply means that you need to stop the traditional linear thinking of research, in which a professor in a university or a lecturer or a scientist in a research institution sits in their office and then they assign project topics to undergraduate students or to postgraduate students. And they say, okay, go and do this research. And then they make themselves first authors. They pile up their papers and they become professors, associate professors, and so on. Meanwhile, step out of the campus, the same problem that the articles purport to try to address are there. Before joining FARA, I am a lecturer. I still am connected actually to the Department of Biochemistry of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Right, one of the examples we always give is this, okay, it doesn't make sense that you have a Department of Urban and Regional Planning in ABU in Samaru, the campus, and then you step outside, people there live in shacks. You know, now countries like Brazil, the US, and other countries that have really leveraged on their resources to bring about this economic transformation, what they have done has been to focus on research that brings the end users on the table when they are setting the research agenda. And that is exactly what the innovation platform or the Integrated Agricultural Research for Development concept is about. You do not set your research agenda because it's funky. Okay, I want to conduct research on CRISPR-Cas technology. I want to do research on genomics. I want to do research on Internet of Things. You don't just decide that topic without having the end user, the farmer, the banker, the policymaker that will influence the policies around that, and the students, the professional vet buddies, the private sector that is supposed to invest in that technology. So what innovation platform does is that it brings together multi-stakeholder partners, and every member of that partnership know that if whatever I contribute, whether it's intellectual or financial or it's with my time, at the end of the day, it has commercial value. I know that I'm going to get X out of the investment I am making in this. So this is what we have been advancing in FARA. We leverage resources from different donors and support institutions like the university here and all of our partners across the continent, and mainly strengthening and establishing and strengthening innovation platforms. And in FARA, within the research cluster that I lead, the research cluster I lead there is called Institutional Capacity and Future Scenario. One of our strategies is that we realized you can leverage on a partnership platform that we call South-South and Triangular Cooperation. These are countries like Brazil, China, India, Turkey, and most all of African countries that have something that you can really, some kind of partnership that you can leverage on. And I will give you an example. Brazil, where we currently have this partnership with Universidade Federal de Viçosa. If you put the map, the African map and Brazilian map back, what you will see is that the agroecological realities, our history of natural, our natural histories, they actually coincide in terms of relief, in terms of vegetation, in terms of climate in many, many ways. So let me tell you that the other time Professor Murillo mentioned that you go to Brazil and then tuition fee is free. You can actually go to Brazil and get trained without paying tuition fee. And in fact, Brazilian government pays you to study. And I'm an example of that. I got my master's and PhD in 2 different universities in Brazil. And it is on that basis, we are now leading this, my research cluster is leading this initiative involving FARA, the Universidade Federal de Viçosa, and TED Fund. And what is our thinking? For every agricultural problem that we have in Africa, in the tropics in general, there's a Brazilian solution. And so we leveraged on this partnership of South-South and Triangular Cooperation to combine the power of Brazilian technology and the potentials that we have in countries like Nigeria to bring about this spiral growth. Now, normally FARA is not a scholarship giving institution. We're not an educational, so to speak, institution, but the differential in this program that we are implementing is that we support young people with the training in Brazil, and when they return to their home countries, we set up innovation platform, and we design the program in such a way that if you're taking 50 people from Osun, you make sure that their thesis will be focusing on priority commodity of Osun. So maybe it's cassava. Somebody will study genomics of cassava. Another will do the mathematics. Some will try to think about solutions, digital solutions around growth and marketing of cassava, and so on. So this is what we have been advancing. And I just want to invite you to look up at the website of FARA and get to understand more about the concept of innovation platform, because it is the ultimate instrument within which we think that you can derive this this change in mindset, so that we begin to look at research not in terms of publication because I want to be a professor, but because I really want to solve the problem. I want to create market, bringing together all the various stakeholders on the table, addressing problems, and knowing that at the end of the day, there's going to be economic gain out of that. So I will stop here and we can continue discussion at some other time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Razak Ibrahim, for that. One thing that came out clearly from what you have said is that innovative and collaborative partnership between the private sector and the public sector is very key to achieving results when it comes to innovation in agri research and getting results from that. Maybe I just have that 1 minute before I wrap up. As I wrap up, rather, I'm just going to do a round across the panelists, and I'm going to, give a story, and I'm going to ask you to list what will give us results with regards to that. I recall coming to campus to OAU some months back, and I had the opportunity of meeting with the Vice Chancellor. And he gave me a story. And he said, Jide, look, when Obafemi Awolowo University was established, that it was established on 3 A's. I'm very sure Professor Faride will know that. He said it was established on 3 A's. I never knew that before I graduated through this school, but he gave me that story. He said it was established based on 3 A's. One is academics, one is aesthetic, and agriculture. And he said, Jide, we've actually achieved the aesthetics, Africa's most beautiful campus. We've achieved the one that goes with agriculture, academics. If you talk about name, you saw the list today from the MD of EcoBank, name them. We've achieved a lot with regards to that. He said, one thing that I look forward to is that we can, through OAU, bring back the glory when it comes to agriculture to this country. And I held that very strongly. And I'm going to ask my panelists today 3 things that you think Obafemi Awolowo University should do as an institution, as a research institution, as a vehicle that actually churns out innovation, technology, solutions, results. What are the 3 things that you think OAU should do as an institution to achieve that? Just list 3 things. Thank you. Starting from Prof.
Thank you. Well, I heard what everyone else said, and I completely agree. Things like added value are extremely important, and things, of course, the word that was probably spoken the most here today, which was innovation. But in terms of value added, it's certainly a way of increasing the amount of money that you get by unit of product that you produce. And that certainly is very important to create a healthy agricultural based economy. As long as you're an exporter of raw materials, you have to export a lot to make a little money. As you add value, you have to export less to make more money. So there are multiple avenues for that, and it always involves innovation, okay? The one story that I can mention about Brazil is orange juice. Brazil is a large exporter of citrus products, but we do not export fruit. We export frozen concentrated orange juice. So that adds a lot of value to the product because you decrease the space that it occupies, add value. There are many other aspects. So that involved a lot of innovation. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. I want to say that OAU is opportuned to be one of the very few universities, if not just 2, in Nigeria, that has a agricultural research institute attached to it. We have another one, ABU. We have Umudike also. But the most popular one is the agricultural research that OAU and ABU has. It's an advantage. So OAU, it's been trying, especially at time with different vice chancellor, we see the synergy. There should be a synergy between the Faculty of Agriculture and also the research institution. If we really want to, we already have a synergy that is working between the two. faculty, because we are somehow with the faculty. And so this synergy working together should be made stronger than to be built upon and make it stronger. There's also the need, while we're all talking, for partnership to really, yes, OAU, as we say, is not autonomous because the fund relies on what the government gives it. So despite that factor, it still needs to have a more focus, that is to really make the agricultural aspect, both the faculty and the research section, a priority. If we really want to boost agriculture, use agriculture as a means of increasing the economy of the country. I know all other faculties are important, but then focus now is on agriculture. And recently, you see a lot of campaigns that youth should go into agriculture. While we have almost 80% of the population that are into farming and are not effective. Now, what do you want the youth to be? So there should be a focus on the research and faculty of agriculture, whereby there are OAU supports and all other universities, not only OAU, support agricultural research within the faculty of agriculture and within their research institution for us to be able to bring out innovative technologies, and also to make it available to support the extension services, whereby we can make it available, because most people don't even know all what we're saying, to partner with industries and even to use our research breakthrough as something as intellectual property, which OAU and other universities can use as attracting fund to the university.
Professor Faride.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, we need to change the mindset of people, particularly the stakeholders. Even starting from the academics, we need to change our mindset of not limiting our activities to getting research output and then write papers. We really need to go into commercial aspects of agriculture. Unless we have that one in mind to influence even our teaching to our students, then we are deceiving ourselves. So we need to change the mindset of people and even the mindset of students too. I can also say that 60% of students in the Faculty of Agriculture today, their dream is to become medical doctor or pharmacist. But because of the almighty jump and the university admission procedure failed them, so they end up in agriculture, which I define as the defined profession and the best profession in the world. So we need to change the mindset. I have people who came to the faculty with a mind, to the university with the mind of reading medicine, but at the end of the day, end up in agriculture, soil science for that matter. People are running away from soil science, agriculture extension, but now we now have people rushing those two departments. Yes. So we need to change the mindset of people, likewise people working on the farm. Unless the people are committed, there's no amount of effort or pumping of money or funding that can bring out results on the farm. So those people too need to be empowered. We need to change their mindset to look, follow what we have laid down. The founding father that says agriculture was inclusive out of the three concepts had a good dream, because this university was built from agricultural income. And so if it was like that, then we can do it better now. The second thing is our training, our curriculum. We need to change that. We need to make it modern agriculture teaching. As I've said, the program we are talking about, we are saying bring new idea to agriculture, mainstream ICT or information communication technology into agriculture, and then we have a better team. If you have students taking career with that background in making use of innovation and so on and so forth, then we'll have big men and women in future who will propel the spirit of agricultural production, and then will ensure food and nutrition security. And lastly, money. Funding is important. The success in agriculture depends on the amount of money you are able to invest. If you invest more, you get more profit. But if you invest with modern agriculture, with the knowledge-based technology we are talking about now, agriculture is the real thing that can propel this university and the nation at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. So you requested for 3 points, 3 things that the university can do, right? Let me try to be as specific as possible and also give suggestions that will be measurable. So number 1, in this partnership that we are having with Universidad Federal de Viçosa, the university, OAU, should key into the program. And they can start that by engaging the Ọpọlọ Innovation Hub to establish what we call virtual training and innovation hub. That will be a space where young people can come and learn and attend lectures from the over 50 universities, 50 Brazilian universities that are basically attached part of this program, and they can attend lectures virtually, right? We can have twinning programs at the level of masters and PhD. That is something that can be done by the end of this month, with the right partnership and stakeholder engagement. Number 2, in the teaching, in the curriculum, Professor mentioned the need to review the curriculum. There is need to mainstream systems thinking, and particularly this innovation systems thinking. And this is not, systems thinking is not as complex as it sounds. It simply means when you're setting research agenda, or when you're doing your project, be conscious of the system within which you're operating. One of the reasons Brazil is so good in tropical agriculture is the fact that despite all the difficulties it has faced over the last years, right? They were able to innovate, because difficulties actually are innovation ecosystems. So they were able to innovate, and within 50 years, transform from a net importer to a net exporter. And we saw part of that history happening. But we don't have 50 years in Nigeria or in Africa. We have 5 years. You have a population that is exploding. You have a highly skilled, highly curious and talented young minds, right? That need to have their minds, really put to work in the form of innovation platforms like the one being advanced in Ọpọlọ. And finally, ensure that when you do that, there's a lot of inclusivity in the way that you do it. More and more women, need to be part of setting the research agenda, need to be part of bringing out all of these solutions. And, You gave us 1 minute, but I'm really sorry. I have to tell you this story. I mentioned earlier that I did my PhD in Brazil, but I did it in a research institution that's called Embrapa. I think any of you, you might probably be aware of Embrapa. Embrapa is the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation responsible for this revolution that we're talking about. But more than half of the scientists that came from Embrapa graduated from Professors University, all right? And it's on that basis my ED, Dr. Emi Akimbamijo, and I traveled to the university, and then we started this story, which started about 2 years ago. So there, during my PhD, I wasn't just doing the molecular biology work that I was doing, but I was also doing the entire chain from, I need to know how to do the soft activities involving computer, designing vectors, constructing plasmids, all of those big genomic running gel. But I also need to be in the field on the farm, and I was engaging with farmers. But my degree at the end of the day will be a PhD in molecular biology. I was part of a committee where there was a review on the national biosafety, a release of a variety, right? That was reviewing its biosafety. So you see, it's a PhD program, but because of that innovation to impact pathway, because of that system thinking, you come out really exposed to a lot of things, and you're able to bring about change. And that's what we should look at from Ọpọlọ University. And thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Ibrahim. I just want us to put our hands together for the panelists. I want to really appreciate you for this. At this point, I will invite the moderator, the MC, to come and, yeah. So thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, everyone, particularly the students, wonderful people, the leaders of tomorrow. Particularly, there's an assignment for Dr. Shegwano Jr., Senior Lecturer, Computer Science and Engineering, OAU. But I think that has actually been distilled. Incidentally, he happens to be one of the brains behind this project, going by his affinity with the chairman. Ọpọlọ Global is a man in the house. And I think it's supposed to have a fireside chat with Mr. Sunday Dari, who's been away for some time now. But never worry, we're going to be, winding down this particular event. Before I call on Dr. Yemi Akinbanjo Idi Farah, Dr. Yemi Akinbanjo will move the vote of thanks before everybody leaves. We appreciate you. Just 1 minute for the vote of thanks, and it will do that. Please, Dr. Yemi Akinbanjo, please, for the vote of thanks, and particularly to express our appreciation to everyone, particularly these wonderful students here today. Please put your hands together for Dr. Yemi Akinbanjo, please. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Thank you. Yeah.
Great Ife. Everybody is sleepy today a little bit? Great Ife. Okay, it's a great joy to be here this afternoon. I'm also an alumnus, graduated 1984. So it's a great joy to be back here in Ife. Yeah, great joy, always happy to be back. This was my foundry. I was here for 5 years. Okay, so my name is Yemi Akimbamijo. I am the Executive Director of the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. But just before I give a vote of thanks, I wanted to say 1 or 2 things. I hope that's okay with you, Mr. MC. Thank you. When I see young people, I am excited. Why? Because I was once you. And I pray that you will at some point be greater than me. So that's crucial. But let me say a little bit about what we do. I work with Dr. Abdrazak Ibrahim, who is also Nigerian from Kano State. And the two Brazilian colleagues are professional colleagues. We work with them across between Africa and the Brazilian subcontinent. What we do in FARA is all about coordinating agricultural research for development on the continent. And one of our key drives is to see how we can bridge the link between what is in the head and what will be in the pocket. The head is not so far from the pocket, but the head cannot be rich and the pocket is poor. But the sad scenario is that many a time, the head is rich and the pocket is poor. So we need to reverse that, and that's what Ọpọlọ is all about. But let me say one thing again that I want to leave with you. In the course of the conversation of today, you've heard all that Ọpọlọ is out to do. You've heard from the captains of industry and the banking sector. Please, Google Schumpeter and the concept of creative disruption. Just Google creative disruption. It sounds like an oxymoron, but if you understand it, that's where we are at this point in Nigeria. That means you have a curve that is likely to behave like a parabola, but at the point of inflection, if the right intervention comes in, it takes you to the next level. That's the whole concept of creative disruption. So get it right, folks. There is no second chance of making a first impression. This is your time. We are now at the end of our own career projection. And some people say life is like the toilet paper in the washroom. When it's getting to the end, it moves very quickly. So take advantage of today as young folks, make the best of it. And I do pray that you'll have a future that is brighter than ours, okay? So best wishes to all of you. Now, to say a few words of thanks, I think, unfortunately, Dr. Segun Aina is not here. I would like to thank him. He does not owe anybody to set up Ọpọlọ, but we owe a lot to individuals like that and to all the people that he has brought into this place. When he called me and said, Yemi, I need you in Ife, just by him picking up and giving me a call. I live in Accra, by the way, my office is in Ghana. By telling me, please come. And when we started discussing a day like this, you could see he's got what is called an impressive social capital. And that's why he kind of magnetized everybody into this room, all the way from Brazil, from so many other countries. And everybody is here today to be able to see that Ọpọlọ initiative takes a firm rooting. And I'm very happy that it is now a part of the Obafemi Awolowo University ecosystem. So please take advantage of it. Go to the places in ag engineering, go to the place and see how you can apply yourself and apply your skills. So I'd like to say a very big thank you to our VVIPs, the Deputy Governor and the Governor in absentia, and all of them. They are now out of the room. The Vice Chancellor, the Deans, I still have my brother Dean here. And I have the Director, ED of IRNT. And of course, what would it be without you great students of this great institution? So it's a great joy to have you with us today. And I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
So it's on this note, wonderful people, We've reached the end of the program. God bless you. All the best.
Sabulela tatara ikutwa Nanka schova stuta Akere kisiri bugaga muchuta Sabulela tatara ikutwa Sabulela tatara ikutwa Sabulela tatara ikutwa Sabulela tatara ikutwa Nanka schova stuta Awe now Take me away, way far away, go far.
God.